look who it is. Hello.
Hey, Gene. How you doing, man?
Jesus, back again.
Back again. What is up? What is up?
How's it going, guys?
Good. Glad to have
Bro,
you.
my brain is so fried. I'm looking at your cam and I'm like, Gene colored his fucking chair with yellow paint to make sure we knew where to look.
I mean, I was wondering how quickly you would like reach and grab for anything, and like, okay, the speck of yellow behind him has been the introduction point. All right.
It works. I know where to point my eyes now.
I knew where to sit down. I was like, where do I podcast? I don't know. Oh, I covered my chair. I removed the covering, and I was like, that's where I sit down.
I have to say, this is one of those discourse moments where this is exactly what I mean when I say I peep in, I see what's going on, and I'm like, I want nothing to do with this. I want zero of my brain dedicated to this.
Come on.
It's the least interesting thing in the world to me. I'm out. Fucking
dude, it's the most
so
interesting
dumb.
thing in the world. People are so mad about like the least obtrusive thing in the world. This is
God.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolutions, Outlines, and Piss Filter all over again. It's like the same argument.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, you call it cowardice if you want. My brain wants nothing to do with it. Yeah. So all right. FF7.
I was like, yeah, where did this all start? Let's trace it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gene, look, obviously,
it keeps starting over and over again. It's like a loop, right? Or a spiral.
So you know, like, I thought we'd be bursting at the seams to jump into Like a Dragon, you know, discussion with you, but we got a detour over to fucking legibility town over here. So yes, FF7 Rebirth dropped its demo, and in it there's yellow painted rocks which you climb on, and we have now...
There's like 3 yellow painted rocks, man.
And we have now reignited the lazy game design discourse from when the RE4 remake dropped with the yellow paint on the barrels and the...
Dude, game devs are so lazy. Oh. Can you believe
and then
it?
now we go back and we find every example of like, just like, no, it never used to be this way, versus look how obvious and dumb it always used to be. And then no, what about accessibility versus no, but people are it's just
So it's the same thing over and over again. Like I'm sure we've had this conversation on the podcast before.
Absolutely, yes, we have.
Yeah.
I think that FF7 does represent something fun, which is like the start and end of the argument within its own like singular screenshot, because like FF7 in 97 was so illegible. You could hit the select button and it would put glowing triangles on the fucking screen to be like, this is the part where you can leave the room. This is the only interactable item in the background.
I mean, this was also an era in which like they went to putting layers to give the effect of depth to the screen, because the game right before that was fucking FF6. You know, so that was their first crack at like figuring out what camera angles might look like. I
literally never did 3D before ever.
Yeah,
you know?
I feel like one of the nice you know, nails in the wall here is Hi-Fi Rush with its arrow level when you're when you're going through the volcano and there's arrows guiding you, and then you see like it actually is used as a point in the game where you see them all stacked up in the fucking dumpster later.
Wooly, you're playing Half-Life 2 right now.
I am playing Half-Life 2.
And Half-Life 2 and Portal are like the source of this massive amount of consumer level game design knowledge because of their commentary modes, which are stellar. And I went through all of those games with all of their commentary modes, and every fucking level there is like a 10-minute dialogue that's like, so we couldn't get the player to fucking look at something. We had to put a guy on a ledge, shoot you until you died. We had to remove this path from the right because dudes would go in circles all over and over. And with Portal, because the areas were all like white walls, the only solution they could come up with for most of the game was to just put fucking graffiti that has a big arrow that goes, look here.
Yeah. And so and something that comes up a lot is that, so when I was in QA, obviously the time was spent, mostly there'd be times where you're assigned to do playtesting as a part of the department, and you'd give feedback on things if they felt they were not clear or so. There were also playtests where they'd bring the public in to do that. And
not the public.
And like that was more so like marketing would handle a lot of that. We would do a bit of playtesting where we'd come in and kind of observe and check out what was going on for the most part. But the results would come in, more or less like partially from public playtesting, partially from our departments as well, from people who are familiar with the game. And yes, on almost every circumstance, there's always a legibility pass that goes over these levels of things that are like, oh, this was meant to be obvious, but it was not obvious enough. What else can we do to it? And I think what's kind of goofy is just the part where it's like, yes, everything can be made more integrated, and anything can be made like better. Anything can be
you could have a bespoke solution to every problem
to be a more elegant way to do things, but it cannot be understated how much people run into a wall and don't understand where to go, and why these things have come out the way they have, and why this idea of the godlight has existed pretty much, again, ever since 3D started being a thing in video games.
I think it's like the color. Like, I saw people talking about it because, like, we had those, like, Tomb Raider fucking, like, those completely unnatural gray walls. And we have, like, highlighted fucking tape or, like, Mirror's Edge's runner vision, right? But as soon as it becomes, like, caution yellow, everyone starts to lose their fucking mind.
I mean, I think if it was any bright color, the point would still be like, no, you're making me feel stupid for doing this. But yeah, that obviously stands out on the environment stronger than others, as is intended. I will say that, like, there is, if you're gonna steel man the argument, which is a term I like, which is like the opposite.
Steel man?
Steel man. So a straw man in an argument is, as you know, is I'm going to create a weak version of what you're trying to say. Yeah. And attack it because it's a straw man and it's easy to defeat.
Yeah.
So a steel man is, I'm going to make the strongest possible version of my opponent's argument and discuss that because I have good faith that you believe in what you're saying.
Oh, that's like a sweet, almost naive,
but it's a
way to do something, because you assume everyone's being all nice and happy.
Well, no, it's more like to say that if I think you're arguing in good faith, I'm going to give you a charitable interpretation and then discuss based on that, because I'm actually trying to find a solution to what we're talking about. Right?
Okay.
So if you were to steel man it, there is the one thing I can say about the idea of the paint and such is, if you create a rule in games, you then have a hard time breaking that later on if you have to climb things later that are not highlighted in the same way. And I'm reminded recently of playing through Mass Effect 2 or 3, where there's only for the first time ever in the DLC a moment where you have to shoot the glass of a window to crack it open during the DLC, and it's like nowhere else in the game are you shooting through glass. That's a rule that you have internalized. Don't shoot windows. It's pointless in this game, but here it asks you to do that, right? That's the one thing that you can say is like potentially an issue, is if you have to then allow climbing later and you don't use yellow. But you can still use, again, like things in the world, the again, lighting, camera angles, legibility can come in many different shapes and forms.
Worst part about the discourse is I retweeted the guy Dave Oshry who
it was Dave that's kicked it up again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he just pointed it out and I retweeted it, and I wasn't talking about the fucking yellow paint at all. I was talking about I was complaining about clamoring. I'm tired of clamoring in games, kind of, because you do that for like 12 hours in God of War Ragnarok. Like you're just climbing and shimmying on ledges. You're shimmying all over like Uncharted. Like it's and I get it.
I need to stop you for just a second, man. That part with Atreus where you have to climb for like a fucking hour is like the reason I'll never replay that game.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, the wall. You had to climb the wall, and then that shithead's on top, right? But it just took forever, and I'm just like, oh my god, dude! Like, and then why are Kratos and Cloud clamoring when we know Kratos can leap over an entire Titan?
It's something they can
We've
force
seen
you to
what
look
Cloud can do.
at this box that the concept artist drew for the shot.
You know what is interesting too is like in this particular instance in the exact same game, FF7 Rebirth, right before the ledges occur, you have the pathway leading up to them and the entire grounds to the mountain, and you're introduced to the parkour system where you can just hold the button down and just run into things,
jump all over all this bullshit.
Stuff. And
Rebirth is a Strand type game.
Yeah. And using that, I kind of was like, oh well, let me just do what I like to do, which is like go in all the other directions from the one that's intended initially. And in doing so, well, one, hit a bunch of things that looked like they should be jumpable, but they turned out to not be. And then two, hit a bunch of slowdown walls where it's like you're sprinting, and then here you hit a field of now I can only walk slowly. And it's almost meant to be like, hey, stop exploring that much. Get back on the main path. If you really want to keep going, you can walk until you're past a certain threshold on the ground and go back to sprinting. But there is a speed bump on both sides of the lane, aggressively placed for the entire lead up to Mount Nibble.
It's like, no, Sephiroth has something to say. You got to listen, you know?
I love it. I love.
Yeah, I was just mad about the clamoring because I'm just like, why? It takes so long. I like, is it hiding loading? I don't know.
So
you know,
I thought it was back in the day, like the squeeze through was like, oh, they've been putting a loading screen here. But then we got the power of the PlayStation 5's SSD, and we still got the squeeze throughs, which to me says it's like. You remember Gears of War had that fucking something cool has happened, hit the button, look at it,
stare at it. Yeah.
It feels to me like we went through like 2 generations of that, and like that wasn't enough to actually make people look at it. So they're saying like, no, we're gonna put you in a fucking fake little baby cutscene where you squeeze through a little thing in the wall, and then we'll have the pan out so that we can force you to look at it. And why are you making hand motions? What is in your brain right now?
I'm just excited because as you talk about the Gears of War lock and look, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we just played Mass Effect 1, and the lock and look occurred, and Reggie missed. Whatchamacallit, taking off.
Sovereign leaving.
Missed Sovereign taking off with the lock.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's not strong enough.
It happened. I watched it happen in front of me. You know, in the year of our Lord, like 2022 or whatever. Like, you know. That's super real. That's an absolutely real thing.
Half-Life 2 is still confusing, you know? Half-Life 2 can still be... I can still get lost in Half-Life 2 every once in a while, you know?
I mean, I'm playing it now.
You're lost right now, aren't you? Right?
Yeah,
I'm
well,
sure.
that's it. I'm getting turned around in a couple places, but I'm also like, I'm saying, okay, those are the wood panels you have to break. It is there. And I am immediately also seeing a lot of folks that are like, this is crazy because I inherently know where to go, but then I'm realizing that I don't know what it's like to look at this game with fresh eyes because of how much I know it like the back of my hand.
AIDS.
You know? And it's like, yeah, actually, it is you are learning a lot of where to navigate for the first time. And in some cases, like when you first meet in Ravenholm, the priest, he's talking to you, and then you see him on the roof on the other side, and you jump across, and then there's a moment where you have to kind of jump down from the roof onto like this little landing, but because you just jumped up on the roof, I kind of thought I was going to stay on that area for a minute, and so yeah, I kind of like walked around a little bit, and it was one of those like, no, obviously look over the edge, and it's like, when the whole world is open to you. Yeah.
It's all about forced looking, and it's like it's the real life equivalent of like someone will like come to your house and stop you from playing like drunk lawn darts because some people out there can't safely and responsibly throw gigantic metal darts in the air while they're wasted. So you can't.
Yeah, with giant fucking death drop spikes on them. I had the exact same thing recently in Armored Core 6 where In 2 or 3 of the cave levels, I'm navigating inside, and there's a point where you go in to hit the objective, and then you exit, and then you're supposed to proceed further into the level, but the objective marker is not. It's a moment where the objective isn't there. So in this particular case, I remember I think it was like I had to drop way below the cliff level where I was at, but it was not safe to do so on all the other areas. But there was one area where there was a safe drop, but like I didn't pan over the cliff to look at it, you know?
I think the clamber, like as annoying as it is, Gene, I'm thinking back to playing Armored Core 6 and other games in which I am actively trying to go, I'm going to try and see everything cool that's happening because I'm broadcasting it. And I think back to when characters go, holy shit, look at that. And they say that, and the game has framed me so that I'm looking in the correct direction. And when somebody goes, hey, look at that, I start to fucking spin the camera as hard as I can because I assume I'm not looking at it. And I missed it because I'm looking for it when I was already looking at it.
And this is why PT is one of the most effective, scariest games of all time, because there's a fucking radio that's saying, look behind you.
Yeah, and that's all you can do.
I said, look behind you.
And then you look behind you.
Yeah.
and then you're fucked.
We just talked about this a couple weeks ago when you're having the fucking worm battle in Armored Core 6, and you get that moment of the build-up, and you know it's about to go down, and the sound design is all there, and the silence, and then the I won't miss. And I'm like, I'm spinning around like, please, where do I have to look? Don't miss the moment. And I luckily had it in frame, and it's set up in such a way where I think we found out afterwards the worm will always pop up at least where you're initially at looking. It'll pop up in that frame in front of you once it goes underground. So that's brilliantly designed to maximize your chances. But if you're panicking,
and they do it 3 times.
But there's such a panicked moment of, oh no, I'm gonna miss the cool moment. I don't know where they want me to look, and it's like, it's just, if it's not obvious right away, you're just like sweating. But yeah, the game saved my ass in that fight. It was great.
That was me during the Sudoku fight, or whatever, however we can pronounce it.
Right,
yeah.
When it's like doing the nuclear bomb attacks or like the combo attacks or whatever, and I just like stop playing because I'm just like trying to like look at him, you know?
Yes, and not getting the right camera angle in the Sudoku fight is also bad because it's such a cinematic fight, you know? And like, yeah, obviously Elden Ring and FromSoft games are like, no, you better be looking, otherwise you're just gonna miss it. But it has those
or
amazing,
you'll die.
Yes, but it has those amazing like, oh, the concept art is happening right now, and you have to be standing in the right place to get the full spread, the gamma drop, you know? Like, if you don't get it, you don't get it. But it's awesome if you do. Maybe come around and get it the next time.
I have to say,
in Sekiro, the ninjas are just going to drop out of the sky with no warning. There's no visual. If you're either looking at the ninja that's about to slam into your face or not. That's it.
Sekiro.
Like, I feel for game design people who like will probably look at playtesters or look at like somebody's stream, and I know for a fact that Wooly and I have both had the exact same situation, and Paige has had that situation, and Reggie's had that situation, where you go into a room and there's only one thing to do in the room, and you spend like 10 minutes turning the camera in just such a way that the only thing in the room that matters never actually comes into frame even once, and go, I guess there's nothing in here, and leave. And the viewers are going nuts. Anybody who worked on that is losing their fucking mind.
It's just, you can only experience something new once for the first time, you know? After that, your brain knows exactly what the map is and where to go and what to do. But twists and turns and corners and holding your hand versus having a sense of discovery, right? It's a tricky balance. But you don't have to, but you should definitely err on the side of like letting the player not fucking completely miss those moments, and or like do things that are like the AC6 fight, like friendly towards you having the most cinematic experience possible. On that note, FF7 Rebirth, if we're talking about that,
I guess we're talking about it.
Does a fucking fantastic job with that through, like, in every other way. I mean, it's still, I think I said it about Remake, but it's the best seamless music transitions in the game.
Oh, it's good.
I don't think the industry, to my experience, has had better just the background music into the transition from into combat, out of combat, and then into a new room where we're going to start hinting at the Sephiroth theme, or we're going to start hinting at one of the other themes of intrigue, or the Hojo layer theme. All that shit is just phasing in and out in such a magnificent way. And like it's not just in and out of battle, it's also like in and out of like you're walking, like there's a moment where you open up the doors and walk towards like the top view of Mount Nibble, and like you get like a nice like vista view, and like it's waits for you to walk up there to drop the theme out to a more quiet, subdued version, Unbelievable.
Going through the demo is like, there was a point when I was streaming it where I had this like sad realization in my chest of like, what the fuck is the point of FF16? Because FF16 was supposed to be the action game, Final Fantasy game. And I'm doing fucking Sephiroth and Cloud fucking air combos and team attacks and shit. And I'm like, this is a lot faster and a lot more action fucking packed than 16 heavier. Was, even at the end.
Yeah, I think 16 existing is them continuing what they do, which is trying out a couple different battle systems and seeing what works, what sticks. 13, 12, and 10 are wildly.
13 invented the stagger system, so we'll give it a little golf clap.
Yeah, and then whatever 17 becomes, can choose to balance however much of the action you get in 16 with perhaps some of the more traditional elements wherever they want to pull them. But 7 also has a secondary job of being reminiscent of the old game while also playing like Advent Children. And that's a unique goal compared to the other FFs,
It's a better goal.
It's sick. It's super sick.
It's better.
It rules.
That's just what it is.
It fucking rules, man.
It plays awesome. I like even the very limited like tutorial baby version of all the skills and air combos you get. It feels so fucking great.
I'm just a sucker for double and triple text. Like Chrono Trigger created.
Everybody is
Chrono Trigger. It created something inside of me that's here forever, and it's just the character team up moment, and then the triple if you can do it. And I hope we get, but we haven't seen anything. But when P5 Royal introduced, like, God, man, teamwork in the fight. Teamwork in the fight feels great. Everything needs to do that. Everything, all the time. Make that happen.
That desire unlocked for me as soon as I saw the American SNES cover of Chrono Trigger.
Yes,
and
right. Yes,
it was
the wrong character.
Like, that is the sickest shit I've ever seen. We get to do that in the video game. That's a sick cover. It looks even cooler than the Japanese version somehow. Very cool.
Yeah, and like you're actually reminding me that wasn't just in the game, it was the advertising on the cover that's what this is about.
Party members are going to fight together.
You are in midair slashing the monster, and your party member is lighting your sword on fire. What else is doing that? Fuck.
I was really happy because you play Intergrade, and Intergrade is like an entire DLC devoted to like 2 characters that play like a human dual tech, because you hit the button and they just become one person.
Oh, okay.
And I remember thinking like, man, I really hope this means we're going to get a bunch of stupid dual techs in the next one. And now we got Aerith fucking throwing on Barrett sunglasses and Feral stance Tifa and all this stupid shit.
And not only do you have dual techs in regular combat, but you've got dual tech limit breaks, You've got the and then like the effects you get are different. So you have the 0 MP, fucking Cloud Sephy, whatever, such a puppy.
Yeah,
dude. Okay.
Okay. Give you like an extra ATB meter, so you have 3 ATB meters instead.
it's the Fujos have never had a better time than playing this demo.
Incredible.
It's so out of control.
Like Cloud practically goes
man.
And it's just like
that's right, because he said I'm excited, you know.
Yeah, and it's like such a puppy. Yeah, that. So it's funny because so I mentioned Punch Bomb.
Like, should we be watching this?
Punch Bomb just finished FF7, right? And is
OG FF7?
OG FF7, and she played Remake 1, right?
Right.
But has not seen any of the AC, BC, DC, CC, LO, rebirth of or what was it called? The
compilation
of FF7.
She has not.
Most people have it.
Yeah, right. Hasn't seen any of that. So to her, it was like the old game straight into this wild remake world of super hyper realism and details. And like in going over that and then playing the demo for Rebirth, I kind of realized, I was like, oh, if you don't have any of the compilation in your brain or even Kingdom Hearts in your brain, like you have no idea where this insane fucking pairing energy comes from.
When did they become lovers? When did that happen?
Right? And I'm like, and so I think the pinpoint, and I might be wrong, but I think the pinpoint is Advent Children, right? That energy is where that version of Sephiroth gets created. And like, if you don't have that, it's very like, is this what they were getting at in the game I just played? And it's like, no, really, they weren't. He was kind of a silent mystery and a weirdo. But then the idea is like, where?
Hey, I'm going to stop you for a second there. So I went over it and I was talking with people and got to the conclusion that in original FF7, outside of the flashback, you never talked to Sephiroth even once in the entire game. There are literally no lines of dialogue between him and any other character ever in the entire game
in real time. Okay, because I remember I saw someone mentioning that like he never addresses the party, but I thought he addresses Cloud.
Never.
Interesting.
No. Not like at the last second.
The Genova live stream, whatever, in his head or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So
I guess we're to assume he was just thinking about Cloud's blood like the whole time.
Well, and it's like, what is the moment of that matters? Because the whole time, if anything, you like him and Zack are having their little like, oh, you're a little underling and you're getting up in your ways and say your prayers to your sword, yada yada, bit, but the actual connection that forms is based on him just getting stabbed that time.
Dude,
he gets stabbed and he's like, oh, you made me bleed? I fucking need you inside of me, bro. Do it again like you did with the Buster Sword, please.
The first time they speak after 7 years is the ending of Advent Children.
God.
Yeah.
God.
And then I forgot that there is a good parallel between Guts and Griffith in that relationship. Between the idea that Cloud was the one that bested Sephiroth, and then Sephiroth can't let that go.
Right.
Yeah, he can't deal with it.
Yeah. True. And then again, well, you know what? It's like, okay, you penetrated me, but then I penetrated you. So
and now we're gonna penetrate each other back and forth.
We both got to, and this time though, you rejected mine and you swung me away. So what the fuck?
The next time I break up with somebody, I will tell her, I will never be a memory.
God.
One of the worst last things you could ever say to someone you used to love.
So
incredible energy. Yeah.
I'm thinking about the demo and I'm thinking about your describing of how Punch Mom went through it. And so I'm going to talk about FF7. The game is 27 years old. And when I talk about FF7 Remake 2 Rebirth, I'm going to talk about the original FF7. And it is fascinating to see something pretending to be something old and wink at you in every single shot. Like the framing of Cloud in every single scene and every line of dialogue and every single person that talks to him always has a very careful framing of who else is in the shot. or who else is not in the shot, or the dialogue is just kind of off and doesn't really make any fucking sense.
Or quite literally, there's computer glitching occurring.
Yeah.
Remember that part in the flashback memory when the Animus started glitching out?
I do. That was cute though, because as I was watching it and as I was going through it, I was like, it was a lot less clear in the original, but here now with the context of the past and also like a good camera angle, we can see like the exact moments that the fabrication wouldn't make any sense if it continued even 1 second further in the cutscene, and then we go skip, skip.
There are still like things that so when you're standing outside with Tifa as the staircase moment is happening inside, right?
Yes.
In theory, you shouldn't know what's going on inside, but we're going in anyway because video games, you know.
Okay, so there is like a really, really great like detail. So Crisis Core happened, right? So I'm not even going to assume that people are familiar with Crisis Core because that game is weird and kind of bad. But in the Nibelheim storyline, if we're talking unreliable narrators, you would then ask, where the fuck is Genesis? Why isn't he was there, but Cloud didn't physically see him with his eyes at any point. So he's not in the flashback.
And that's why we're playing through an unreliable narrator, the most unreliable narrator section. And there you go. What is cool though is playing through that scene where yes, Gact is they did reuse his voice lines for the reunion, so it's not anyway. Before we talk that, so watching through the ride to Nibelheim and stuff, what was cool, Punch Mom, who like a lot of the time she doesn't pick up on subtle things and stuff. Like there's a couple times where we'll be like, oh, did you catch them? Be like, oh wait, what? And then we'll go back. But she was like, in watching the truck scene where Cloud's like, oh, you guys like full of energy, getting it out of his system, all that. You know, she's like, oh, Cloud's acting different. I was like, yeah, yeah, he is, isn't he? You know, and it's like, yeah, you're catching that, right? So that's clear. And it's made much more obvious in that scene because you have like the facial expressions, the details, all the other things coming through, you know.
Oh, this is before she played OGFF7, right?
No, this is after, but like now watching Remake and the Rebirth cutscene.
Okay.
There's so much going on.
She would know why
Cloud
is acting like this.
Yes, right. And it's also like the in the story so far, there's like it's actually being way more obvious about it's just telling you straight up, you know.
It's like nudging you with your fucking elbow. It's like
It's more than a nudge. The story so far straight up tells you defeating Sephiroth at the end of Remake breaks open the timeline for infinite
continuity or whatever.
It just says it, right? So that was a good detail. Something though that I am kind of bummed about is I have a strong memory of in the original FF7, the truck stops, you get out, and a fight sequence occurs. It's you and it's Cloud. It's Sephiroth and Cloud, and a dragon is in the way. And
it's dragon. Yeah.
It's a giant fucking real green dragon, the most fantasy thing ever. And it does 0 damage to him, and he fucking one-shots it. You know? Yeah. And that being replaced with a couple of two like little monsters for the split, I was like, I was hoping.
Yeah, I get it.
I was hoping it would be a dragon because that did such a strong power level establishing.
Well, that gets moved to like the fucking materia defender freak at the end.
Yeah. It
becomes a boss battle, I guess, whatever. Also, with that scene in the OG. Yeah, well, you want to talk about like because that was the first time in the OG that we see Sephiroth's power level, and the important thing with that moment is that you don't control Sephiroth even though he's in the party. he just goes ahead and just one shots the dragon.
Plow.
And you're just like, whoa, I didn't even touch anything.
Right.
You know? So like that like conveys like Sephiroth's power without even like saying anything.
Yeah.
So like it did feel I did feel when I started it, I was like, oh, I'm playing Sephiroth. That's cool. And then I was like, oh, but like now I'm Sephiroth, and now I don't feel now I'm not now it's not we're not Stink Plissken anymore, you know?
Yes.
I'm Sephiroth,
like,
you know?
but I understand why they did that, because like we beat him up at the end of Remake.
I think it's cool, but you know.
But to be fair, the first time you get to control him after you're on that road battle, the thing dies in 1 second, and you don't get a chance to look at his mechanics.
Oh, that's true.
It's you press one button, it melts, and the fight is over. You know, so I'm like, yeah, that still works.
Is gonna rip, you know, with the mods the Sephiroth mods that are gonna come out after this.
Man.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So that is one little bit there, right?
There's so much going on in that truck scene that made me like just so happy. The voice acting decisions they made for the characters in that tiny scene are so fucking perfect. They've got Cloud's voice actor doing an impression of a different actor, and we have that actor in the scene pretending to do an impression of Cloud's actor.
Is that what was happening? Cloud was
That's
pretending.
what's happening.
He was He was doing a voice for the guard. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's why you hear Zach's voice out of the guard saying, "You want to talk about a girlfriend?" Because that's exactly out of what he said in Crisis Core.
Wow. You know? Okay. Did you also notice? Approaching the house, approaching your mom's house during the Nibelheim fire, as you're going, mom, right? There's the NPC subtitles on the side, and it says service agent, mom. And it pops up as one of them, and even though it says Cloud subtitle at the bottom. You have your own memory, and you're retelling your memory, but you somewhere deep down inside know that that's not right, and both subtitles pop up with conflicting fucking speakers.
I mean,
they're doing some Alan Wake shit here. It's cool.
Security officer. Real like, nice work on that. Yeah.
Rebirth ain't out. I haven't played it, but I remember there was this big discussion when Remake came out of like, do I absolutely need to play or have known everything that happened in FF7 to play FF7 Remake? And the answer is no. Like long up inflection. I can only imagine, especially after that fucking trailer they showed us in that fucking state of play, that parts of Rebirth are going to be incomprehensible without like a wide spectrum of knowledge on these games coming out.
Yeah. I would absolutely imagine that anyone who played Remake, that's like the new audience that wasn't around for S7 original, plays Remake as their first introduction to the series, and then perhaps plays this demo. I can imagine someone there going, "Okay, hold on, what the fuck? I need to go back and at least watch a video or something." You know?
I think my favorite version of this discussion was me going like, Rebirth is like season 7 of the FF7 TV show. Because it went FF7, then it went Advent Children, then it went Before Crisis, then it went Crisis Core, then it went Dirge. And then we got Remake and Rebirth, right? And I saw someone respond to me like, dude, if I need to know about Dirge of Cerberus to understand anything in fucking Rebirth, I'm going to be so mad. And I'm like, dude, you were fighting Dirge of Cerberus boss fights in FF7 Remake.
You didn't know.
You didn't know.
Oh,
yeah, you didn't even know because you weren't familiar with the game, literally.
Oh God. Yeah. Fuck. There was a particular pull I just thought of and then I lost. Yeah.
Are we gonna hang out with Lucrecia and fucking cyberbully her for being the dumbest idiot that ever fucking existed in any game? Oh, I hate that bitch. Oh. Wooly, did you see her? Gene, did you see her in Crisis Core? She is like the dumbest.
I forgot, but everyone was so dumb in Crisis Core, though. So
I don't remember.
Oh man, she like gets tricked into giving birth to Satan, but like it's easy to trick her.
Fucking yeah. And then of course the state of play where Rosh is back. Oh,
hell yeah!
My God.
He was gonna come back.
Yeah.
OC. Yeah.
He's gonna be the main playable character of the third game.
He kills Cloud.
Just Zack, Cloud, Sephiroth.
Yeah, Cloud's gonna die at the end, and then Roche is gonna step up and be like, "I'm Zack."
It's the three of them behind in the background, and him up front, like giving the middle finger, grabbing a ball, going, "Eh." Fuck.
Project R.
Okay.
Roche.
So, is it just me, or did I miss? Maybe this is a thing. Zangief.
Yeah.
Has he always been supposed to give off a Sabin vibe? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I completely didn't. That was lost on me to the ages because I'm a new player of FF6. But
yeah, he's the monk guy, man. I'm a big, big tough monk.
Oh, there's a monk.
But
Okay.
I'm like, oh my God. It's fucking Sabin. Like, Jesus Christ.
Like, he also exists in this game to show everyone at home just how easy it would be for a big, strong man to completely encircle Cloud's waist with your hands. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
So we were talking about what the third game is going to be called because they've already used Reunion for Crisis Core, and it has to start with an R. So yes, FF7 Remake.
Yeah, there it
is. Oh fuck! God, that goober's back. I
think it's going to be called Reprise. That's my guess. That's my
good.
Guess. Final Fantasy 7 Reprise.
That'd be good.
Reprise is also a song on one of their fucking CDs, and so was Rebirth. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, they're gonna use that word next.
Wait, what's the? I had a thought in my brain and it's gone.
What if they just call it Reloaded? They just completely fucking. The worst possible.
What if they just said? What if they fucked off and just called it Resurrection and just fucking
Revelations, just all the hackiest.
Oh yeah, that'd be
the hackiest ones. Yeah.
Like Revengeance is too obvious, right? So it has to be like Revelations or
Yeah, but again, they've completely used up Reunion, so.
I can't fucking believe they blew Reunion on the Crisis Core re-release.
It would have been the perfect one.
I was so fucking adamant that the third game was going to be called Reunion until I saw that.
Yeah, I think from developer, because I've been like doing like deep dive like developer like reads now, because I usually never do this, but now I am. It feels like they called it reunion because they want to signal to the audience that reunion is part of like the Crisis Core game is now part of the remake trilogy.
Yeah,
and it might be like
it's important, dude. It's important.
It's
very important.
Rhapsodious.
Yeah. Soldier G is vital.
Rhapsodious may never be forgotten.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the story of Angeal and Genesis might be very, very important.
I want fancy flashback cutscenes about fucking, oh god, what are they called? Dumb apples.
Dumb apples, yeah, in the Banara region.
I will always say that there's something cold and harsh to be remembered about the original way that Zack's death plays out. Just cliffside.
Oh, it's like understated.
Super. Yeah, and there's something just brutal and grit about that in particular, but it becoming the moment that it does make it cool, you know. And in particular, you get the breaking of the fucking slot that adds.
I still remember when we first, because to be clear, for anybody who doesn't know the gene lore, I first played Final Fantasy VII completely in Japanese, so I didn't know what the fuck was going on throughout the entire game, and I min-maxed it. I got Knights of the Round, everything without understanding what the hell was going on in the story or what was happening. But when I got to the part and I saw the photograph of Zack and it was like a black-haired cloud. I was like, who the hell is that?
Oh man, that's fucking confusing.
That's insanely confusing.
I was so confused, and I was like so intrigued, and that's when I started to like start learning Japanese more. I was like, oh, I should probably figure out what's actually happening in the story this late in the game. You know,
I'll have more to talk about it in a second or near the end of this because Paige and I watched Advent Children yesterday. But it's really nice that like Crisis Core and Before Crisis and AC has all this insane, cringe, embarrassing, stupid shit. And they've made no attempt to distance themselves from it at all. There's no attempt to even imply that, yeah, no, the dumb apple thing didn't happen, or Zach's goofy fucking behavior was actually played up for Crisis Core. Like, and the weird latent homoeroticism from Advent Children is not only here, it's like on steroids. I like it.
After beating the demo yesterday, we watched Last Order, right?
Only thing in compilation to no longer be canon.
Is it
not canon? Okay,
it is not canon because Crisis Core overrode it.
It does directly replace it, but it is interesting watching it, and then like you get your cut to like the Turks lining up, and it's like, all right, there's the Turks we know, and then a bunch of fucking Before Crisis assholes with their extra design standing around, being like giving out their one line of personality, you know, and they're just like, oh man, I never learned about the rest of those Turks. Who are you? Who the fuck were they? But they were cool for that one
probably
wallpaper.
Fine.
Oh man, yeah. It's such a clear moment of like, okay, Rito and Rude, and there's Zelena, and then all these others with hairstyles and personalities going, and me. Don't forget about that one.
I just played OGFF7, and I still can't get over how they reimagined or rebranded the Turks as like these funny happy goofy guys.
Dude, they're fucking scum.
Yeah, when Sung fucking slaps Aerith on the helicopter, when she's like, "No, your little daughter is okay." I'm gonna slap your face, Aerith. Shut the fuck up.
Nah, we're cool. Yeah. We wear suits. Someone has to take the burden, and we choose to be those people.
Also, Reno drops the plate and kills like 1 million people, and then they try to turn him into a goofy dude.
First of all, it says thousands. Thousands.
Whatever.
And second, someone had to do it, right? Let the responsibility fall on us. Let our hands be stained, even though it's just to frame Avalanche. Like, fuck you. Like, yeah, no, it's exactly that. And then later too, when you're watching like Last Order, and it's like they're like, oh, do we capture Zach dead or alive? And it's like, try to bring him alive if you can, but no, it's all the soldiers and grunts that are like, fuck the orders, we want to kill him and drag his body in.
But fucking traitor, man.
But if the Turks were in charge, they would have brought Zach in alive. You see,
bullshit.
But they sure do look sharp in those goddamn suits.
Oh, they look cool.
They look so cool. Reno with the
Lena looks great.
And looks awesome. Then, you know, look fucking. Yeah. Yeah.
They're the first Yakuza. They're the first Yakuza, as far as I'm concerned, in games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think.
I see it.
I was not familiar with what Yakuza were like as a trope, you know, before that point. For sure, at least as an experience to us, yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, totally. The Shinra Zaibatsu right there.
And yeah, okay, the way Reno like wears his suit.
Yes, because
with like the open top.
Because if they were all like, because we know like Italian mobster, you know, coding, which is just suits and ties and hats and stuff. But
just covered head to toe on fucking spaghetti.
But then everything would look a lot more, especially at the, like Goodfellas or Godfather-esque, you know. But yeah, Reno is specifically giving off a Yakuza vibe.
Patriarch of the Shinra clan, exactly.
I didn't find
a Yakuza Rufus Shinra introduction would be so sick though, man. They should have just done that for Rufus.
I'm down.
Just Rufus. Like the only person who gets it.
Rufus is also stylish as fuck. I'm in,
cool.
sold.
So cool.
God damn, what a piece of shit. But he's so dripped out, and he's got the coin. You're so evil. You're the worst. But also, well, your dad was worse, to be fair. But you want to use him in Guilty Gear Strive. You know, that's what's up.
Rufus getting like glowed up like that in Remake was so weird because I remember it's like one of the best fights in the whole game, and like you said, he's got the coin and it's the top of the fucking tower. It's so cool, and I'm like, man, this is the one time probably we're ever gonna fight this guy. Like, Jesus Christ, like this feels like something I would want to do 2 more times.
Yeah.
What? How many times do you fight him in OG?
Once.
What? Just that one.
Just that once, right?
Just that one.
Just the once, and then he gets blown up in his office.
That's crazy.
I thought it was just it's pretty cool walking around Nibelheim and like the crowd following wherever Sephiroth is, and again just being like introduced to the idle, you don't have to talk to strangers bit. You just walk up to people and they kind of go, "Oh, hey, Cloud," or they're having their own business.
Like fucking 4 bowls of soup in 30 seconds and ruin your dinner.
I missed the piano. I couldn't find it.
It's in Tifa's room, dude.
I fucking missed it.
It's where you steal her underwear.
So I thought it was because there's a piano when you walk into the manor, and I thought it was that one, but that piano's actually busted up and fucked because he went on the rampage. Yeah, so.
There's something really psycho about the new context of like, I am telling you guys a story. So then, Tifa, I went into your room and I started going through your closet, and she gives you the chance to go, really? And then they give you a dialogue prompt. You go, yeah, no, I totally looked through your stuff.
Yeah. Yes, they should have painted the piano yellow, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. And then there was the other bit was with her teacher, where it's like, oh yes, and one of my great students, Tifa, and you're kind of like, really, her? Almost like didn't think she had it in her, and she's like, hey, what the fuck, Cloud? And you're like, oh, anyway, moving on.
You were just the girl next door.
Yeah, no, that's a nice taste. What's a bit odd though is they're like, you beat this chapter, and then when the full game comes out, you won't have to play it again. You can skip past it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
No, right? And not only that, but like it's like, but the version of the game we're playing is giving you materia every 2 seconds because it's a demo, and you're picking up all kinds of
materia is not gonna carry forward out of a fucking flashback.
Exactly. No. So, but it's just like that is not the same final version you're gonna play. You know, that's
because Cloud in Nibelheim is level 40. You don't start as level 40 in
no, man.
Rebirth. I think they said it was like 15 or something, 20.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell you probably left Midgar at in the original.
In the original. That's what they said. And that's true. Is when I left Midgar in OG, I was like, oh, level 15, level 17. So.
Well, I guess. Well, like, yeah, you're in a flashback. So should gameplay fucking drop you back to, a previous version of your
also,
levels?
I don't mean to put too much of a point on it, but also the flashback we're playing through didn't happen.
Well, yeah.
It's nothing.
How the fuck could this materia
carry over? Right.
I mean, the only true thing was that he probably did sniff Tifa's panties. That's it.
Yeah, probably.
It's the sharpest memory,
Zach was doing this shit, and I had to go get her orthopedic underwear for reasons.
Yeah.
The new pause screen is interesting.
Do you know where they are?
Temple of the Ancients?
Where are they?
Yeah, they're standing in the fucking Temple of
Right
the
there.
Ancients in the pause screen.
Right there.
With the black materia behind you as you're going through the fucking materia system.
Fucking like, and I'm like, the moment you see that, you're like, oh, you're gonna be able to pan around to the party and see and get a better look at it. And then like, yeah, the time of day changes, and like once Sephiroth joins, I went into time to try and see how much of a good look you could get at it. Yeah, that's super cool. I like that.
That shit is great. Big excitement.
Mm-hmm.
Big excitement for that Final Fantasy VII.
Oh my god, dude! When the state of play, like the first words out of the state of play's mouth is "Cloud, you need to bring me the black materia." I'm like, oh, you're saying too much already.
So
yeah,
I don't even want to hear the words Black Materia yet. You know.
I don't know if we want to talk about that trailer like now or at all.
I mean, rest assured, you can just say that it is aggressively spoilerful, and
it is,
and that as we knew. And I did say the day before that I was like, yeah, I think I'm at that point where I just want hands-on. I don't want to keep watching promo material. But then I
was doing that thing where I'm like, this probably has a lot of spoilers in it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to frame by frame this fucking shit.
Okay.
As fast as I can. And then I sent Gene a fucking screenshot of something I pulled out of the trailer. And he was like, I can't believe they had the audacity to put that shit in the trailer.
I had the moment midstream where I was like, I don't want to be watching this anymore, but I'm already here. And I decided, we're like, okay, people wanted to do more of these, so let's do it. But yeah,
well, you have the reverse of Paige's power. So Paige was here. We were watching some Sony. I forget what it was. And as soon as she gets up and leaves, all the cool shit that everyone was waiting for happens.
Interesting.
You have the opposite. If I hear, hey, Woolie's watching today's press conference, there's going to be spoilers all over that fucking shit.
So
if you hadn't watched it, that cut of the trailer would have been completely different.
Would have been fine, yeah.
Yeah, just all gameplay stuff. Yeah.
And again, people know me and how I don't want to tune in for these things anyway. But I'm like, I can't just it would be the weirdest thing to just walk in the middle of that. That'd be nuts, or fucking go offline. But fortunately, my Logan power has already started. And yes.
Oh, that's good. So that's good.
And like a whole most of what occurred is already gone. My James Howlett is healing the brain over. I
will say there's only one thing I really want to talk about in that trailer because I think it's really brave. I think they made some really dramatic and heroic, brave decisions in that FF7 trailer because in the part where Tifa and Aerith walk out to show Red 13 their new beachwear, he stumbles over his words because Square agrees that Red thinks human women are hot. And that is a brave stance. They're so real for that.
So when we had the original Red 13 moment of Red plus Tifa for the fucking Hojo purposes, that was just the jab. And then now that Hojo is no longer around, we see that actually Red would have been Red was like, okay, well
this is my fate.
Where so be it, right? Where are the fan fiction writers on this one? What's going on? Oh god. Oh god, people. White woman and dog warning, stop it. Everybody needs to chill. Relax.
Dire ramifications for the internet at large.
Stop.
You know the worst part is it's the same people that it ever was, but now they've been energized.
Yeah, I'm shocked at how passionate the shipping conversation has happened.
Someone
people are just like,
all right, look.
Did they hurt you? Did they say something that hurt you in your mind?
Someone just said Red Rocket 13. We're moving on.
That's not as bad as I would have expected.
We're moving on.
No, that's no.
We're moving on. Yeah, I don't know if anything else comes to mind, but just good shit on that. Demo did what it's supposed to, and
they're gonna have a bigger demo later, which is weird.
Yeah, June-on update, right? So, interesting that it's like FF16 demo had the second part for the combat, just right afterwards, and here it's like, it'll be a patch and you'll come back to it. That might serve better in a case that it gives you a reason to reboot and remember. It's another. It's another advertisement in its update coming.
Well, I feel like it's because they want to have the demo that's the start of the game, and they go, you can carry it forward. Whoa! But for people that aren't totally sold, and they're like, yeah, but what's it going to be like later in the game? They can actually play what the core majority of most of the game is going to be like.
Yeah, but no, really enjoyed that, and just reminded me of I'm super hyped on these games, man. For all the bullshit, it's great. No, and I do know as well when the first when it opened up and you see Sephiroth there, and I've said a couple times, I'm like, yep, we know we've kind of blown the wad, and like I had like a sigh, but it's like there's
people talking about that.
Yeah, but it's like, look, man, it's still awesome, and we're like, it's doing a great job, and I'm very excited for where this is going. I know that wad is blown, and I know why it's blown in that way, and it's okay. It's not at all like it's an aspect of the story that, just like what I said about Zack, like I understand that you can go two ways with this. You can have Zack die in it's cold, it's brutal, and that makes it hurt all the more. And then you can have the one where it's like long, it's drawn out, it's heroic, and it's Zack looking at Cloud and going, hey, in your moment of PTSD, you should become mean right now, right? Like, you want to...
It is weird how he kind of just says that to him verbatim.
Hey, be me. No, it's okay, be me, though, right? And you're like, oh, this is a completely different version of this memory.
You have to try and succeed in all my hopes and dreams, including getting with my girl.
You got it. Yeah, I know you have your own, and I know your childhood friends, but enough of that shit. You got a job to do. Get in there, bro, and think of me when you're getting in there. I'll be standing in the doorway.
He probably is.
I'm standing in the doorway. You know I'm there. I'm leaning up against that church door. What's up? And that is a different version, a different emotion. But I think they're both good. I like if you don't want to play it in the brutal brevities, the soul of wit, harsh way, then you can do this more melodramatic version, but it still lands, I feel the same about what they're doing with Sephiroth.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I brought up, because I saw people talking about that, and I don't have the response, but I do agree with you, Wooly, and I actually understand exactly how you got there. In FF7, you don't interact with Sephiroth damn near at all. So every time you see him, it's like, whoa, shit!
There he is.
Fucking Sephiroth.
It's vicious.
And you don't get to fight him until the ass end of the game, right? Mm-hmm. And then Kingdom Hearts happened, and we went into the era at Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts 2 and Advent Children and Crisis Core and all this shit. And I feel like we went into the era of Sephiroth oversaturation.
If I may.
His mystery
If I may, for you and I in particular, I would also throw in a chapter there called The Club Spaces.
Yeah, fucking Jesus Christ. My Sephy.
In college, we went to the club spaces where the comic, anime, sci-fi, and various clubs were all shared. And that's where I think we both experienced in real life Sephy Bishi Baby. Like energy.
Sephy-Sama,
right?
Galam.
Sesshomaru-sama and Sephy-Sama and all of that in real life for the first time going, what is this the same character?
I want to point out before we continue any further that I have a specific person in my mind, and she was really nice.
Sure.
But this shit.
Sure.
Also.
Yeah. No, I know. And I know you know. We know. But this energy was brought up, and it's like I don't remember the part where Octoslashed was performed with a Yaoi paddle. I don't.
Well, Wooly,
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
From what I played of the FF Rebirth paddle, I almost said the FF Rebirth paddle. Well, from what I played of the FF7 Rebirth, fucking Square Enix remembers that moment.
So that's the thing, right?
Because they're right there.
That energy then got vindicated because Advent Children was not out yet.
Like, those girls are super right.
So right. They made it happen. The Fujoshi energy was super canon, man. It's never been more canon.
Yeah, there was that one scene in the trailer where Sephiroth just grabs Cloud and just like ASMRs in his ears, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, holds him tight. And he's like, oh, man.
He licks an earlobe, he does.
He got penetrated by Cloud, you know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Just gets all up in there. In the elevator, when you're going down, like the lighting makes it look particularly fucking stalkerish as he's just staring at you as you're going down, you know? Anyway, okay. I've really been holding in a pee. I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, that's great. I'll go pee also.
BRB.
Yep.
We're back.
How's your piss, man?
It was pretty good.
I'm glad.
Yeah. I did think, however, that the viewer needed a little bit more help identifying what to look at on the screen. So, so a wardrobe change has occurred. Just to make sure that they know, you get your handhold down below, and then you move it up to the next one. You got to know where to jump. It's very important.
So I don't have any yellow shirts. God damn it. Well,
I was hoping. All right. Well, anyways,
I might just wear a yellow shirt to DICE. Because Sam Lake had
where to look.
Sam Lake had a really, really funny tweet where he's at the Helsinki airport, and there was a guy in front of him at the airline check-in, and he had a big ass yellow backpack. And Sam Lake was like, "Well, I guess I gotta follow this NPC to
follow him
where I'm going."
People watching this like, what? Where did Pat go? Where he's disappeared.
I'm like sitting here like considering like altering my camera's color settings to like wash out the whole fucking shot. Then I won't be able to fix it. So no thanks.
I'm Asian too, so I'm just like yellow all the time. So people, that's why I have so many followers.
Well, I mean, shit, dude. If you want to bring race into it, without
Wally, shut up.
Three. I'm three.
Without
I'm 2 or 3.
Without the yellow, I just disappear completely. I suppose right? It's what Mortal Kombat knows the rules. Boone and Tobias have been doing it for years. Why do you think we gotta be? All right.
I have to say the yellow's really working for you, Wooly. It seems like I could just put you in any old fighting game right now.
Something about it,
Something about it. It's really working.
I just suddenly know how to play Tekken. I don't know where it came from. But...
Can you throw bombs?
Oh God.
The meme of black people just inherently knowing how to play Tekken
and
incredible.
bass. Yep.
Tekken and bass. Because the joke is that Tekken is a rhythm game.
God. All right, Gene, what have you been up to?
I'm actually headed to the DICE Summit tomorrow. This is a convention type deal in Vegas. So fresh after the Super Bowl. And hang out with our good friend Susie, the Sphere Hunter, who has texted me and says that you're both scamps. That's a message
thank
that
you.
she delivers.
Right on.
And a bunch of other people. Hopefully see Sam Lake. Bill Spencer might be there.
Oh man, I want to talk to Phil Spencer so bad right now.
Give it a minute.
So I might see him there. Who knows?
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to talk to Phil Spencer. I want to look at Phil Spencer right now. I just want to look at his face and see how he's doing.
I mean, he might be so the Xbox. This is not the news section, but the Xbox business update is going to be on Thursday, and if he's there, I'm going to see his face when that business update drops, and that's going to be crazy.
Just.
Oh, you mean that sick podcast that everyone's going to listen to?
Yeah.
Just get up real close behind and whisper, Sega's hardware division sends their regards. in this trying time, Cool. And
I've been playing a ton of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and another game I can't really talk about, but
fair enough. I mean, that's clear. But yeah, I guess I suppose to brass tacks. Like a Dragon, y'all.
That's so goddamn good.
Y'all have. So what's your point? How far are you in, Pat?
Yeah, because I need to know where he's at.
I just got to Dodonko Island.
Okay.
And I had to call it for the night because baby needed me, which was the fucking face. So it represented this perfect encapsulated moment of people who have maybe played a bunch of Yakuza or Like a Dragon games, but maybe not 7 or maybe not 8. So Wooly, you would fall directly into this. Mm-hmm. So Kiryu always had something really specific, and there was the serious crime drama dimension, And then there was what, everyone has a different name for it, the side quest dimension.
Yes.
And they would not meet. Like Kiryu didn't talk about Pocket Racer or fighting a giant octopus.
It's the manga
when he was
chapter.
Dealing with Tojo shit.
It's the dead serious manga chapter, and then the 4 coma that you read afterwards, and the goofy hijinks in the 4 coma. Is a different reality. Yeah.
It was a little bit there in 7, but it's full force in 8, in which that line, that division no longer exists in any way. And you're on your way to a location, and Kiryu will just chime in and be like, yeah, I fought a giant squid once. It was crazy. And everyone's arguing about like whether or not doing a girl's nails is like making a goddamn fucking Gundam model kit, which is really strange.
That's pretty good. That's
the
great.
The actor who plays Nanba played Hideaki Anno in a TV show, and now Nanba is more like Hideaki Anno in 8 as a result.
Okay. So, first of all, so yeah, I know that I'm coming in uncaught up and late to this franchise in general and all this, but I know as well that like you guys have been going hard and there's lots of great shit to talk about. So, while giving folks perhaps a light spoiler warning for the new game, don't worry too much about me and this stuff. That's okay. Just, go for what you want to talk about.
I'm not going to talk about anything of spoilery nature.
Okay. Well, like, I know where I'm at, so I'm fine with that.
You can talk about cancer if you want. It's okay.
Well, I just in terms
we have cancer representation on the podcast now, and that's not something that a lot of people get to say. So
to be fair, yes, this is true.
Yes.
But on what you just said, Pat, like for me, it looks as if like. The impression I got was Ichiban comes in, he's taking over the franchise, and it makes a clean break, and we go into this wild, weird world where things are fucking like Dragon Quest rules, right? And we're just gonna go crazy with that. And if you're like a Kiryu fan and you know what that is, like you're like, okay, that was this chapter of the game. But like, I don't know if there's another example in media where like there's a break and we switch modes, but then the old character comes into the new mode and joins in on the goofy shit.
I think
and gets that wild, wacky energy as well.
I think the way that I would explain it is that the way that it had been portrayed is that like Dojima no Ryu, like the Dragon of Dojima, the hero of the Tojo was going to be joining your party. But he didn't. It was Kiryu, the guy who blew 20 years of his life at Pocket Racer, who joins your party. like that guy is the one hanging out with you, not the mythical fucking hero.
Player character.
See, folks are saying JoJo Part 4, but I don't know if that fits it because Jotaro walks up and joins the crew, but he's still Jotaro. He's end of Stardust Crusaders Jotaro, and that energy persists. Like
these fucking rats.
They don't turn him into like he's just as fucking busted powerful, and then same things. So like the example that I want to use is like Kiryu's with you, at least in the early game. Kiryu's with you pretty much all the time. And you're trying to find your mom, and you're going through various organizations, and oh man, there's criminals here. Wow, we got to have serious criminal discussions. But they've made the decision to take like Kasuga becoming the Sujimon master, the searching far and wide to be the greatest there ever was. And Kasuga diving into the depths of the abandoned like development project that has floors that change the layout and is inhabited by ghosts and demons as mandatory parts of the main story that can't be avoided. There's no that was
like
so
when you're dealing with like
mandatory.
When you're dealing with like Dwight, the leader of the Barracudas, and he's evil, and he's voiced by and acted by Danny Trejo, and it's very serious. In the old games, you'd be like, okay, now time to go How to Train Your Dominatrix, and haha, we're going on a wacky adventure. But like because you chose to do that, you can mentally separate those.
Yeah.
Those events are like one day to the next and can't be separated. That's what they did. They went to the magic dungeon in the middle of town in which you have to deal with a robot to sell you things. A robot that tells you, hey, dude, I'm sorry I can't help you more because I have the battery life of a Game Gear. Have you ever heard of the 1991 Sega Corporation handheld device, the Game Gear? It had incredible titles such as this and this, but unfortunately failed in the market due to its battery life. Well, that's my problem. Anyway, and it's all just mashed in.
Containment breach has occurred, and the side quest dimension is now canon reality.
Like Dodonko Island.
Dondoko Island. Dondoko Island is mandatory.
Yeah, dude, you get kidnapped by fucking Muppets from Japanese TV.
Okay.
And go to Dodonko Island.
Yeah, just Ichiban. Everyone else is not there.
And like I was playing it, I was streaming it, and I saw people losing their minds because they were either like, are those the fucking monsters from that Killers music video? Or are those the Grand Blue gotcha characters? And the answer is yes, they are. They are nightmarish freak Muppet creatures. One of which is probably the inspiration for the "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" red guy, because he looks like a nightmare.
Okay.
They kidnap you, and they go, "You have to help us clean up our shithole island and save it from pirates." And that's just part of the core plot.
And we've moved past the VTubers at this point.
Oh, long past.
From earlier in the game. Okay, all right.
Yeah, the VTubers was the inciting incident.
Right.
Yeah, but VTubers in the dust.
Yeah, okay.
Now we got a VTuber hanging out at our bar.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
It's wild. The distinct, like the shenanigans are everywhere. They permutate everything. So fucking funny.
Yeah. So Gene, I guess, like, you know, having gotten the full experience down here, I mean, is it just 1-to-1 with your childhood?
So I did a stream, and Pat graciously rated me afterwards too, so that helped. But I did a stream talking about, just basically what they did, and like Wooly, I remember you talking about, like as you're walking to Kamurocho in the first person, and you feel like you're just right back on vacation, right? And that's exactly what this is, like when I'm back in Honolulu, and I'm just like, I'm just back in 2013, 2012. When T-Pain was popular, and T-Pain's in this game too, just walking around, and I was like, this is where I used to buy cocaine from the Honolulu harbor.
That's wild.
What's crazy about the Honolulu harbor, where you can buy drugs IRL, is that when you go there, the level of enemies there are fairly high level, because you know how.
Oh, is that where you fight that YouTuber?
Yeah. That's exactly.
Oh, dude, that area is way stronger.
Yeah, that area is way stronger because they know
IRL.
That's where the beasts. That's where the beasts roam.
Damn. Okay.
So like, how when you beat the game, like you're like probably you have to be like level 60 or 70, right? Like the level characters there are like level 50 characters.
I like
endgame shit.
I like to imagine that in addition to getting just because multiple game studios have sent their teams to locations to film, record textures, get all the work. So hey, when Ezio's in Italy, we can get Florence as accurate as possible.
Right.
Getting the texture of Honolulu and Hawaii in general is one thing, but now we got to talk to some people and ask them to draw up the aggro zones on the map.
Yeah.
Which areas are redder than others?
I think it's like bananas, because we've had I think it's we're up to 17 different games, right? And they took place in Tokyo, and they took place in Osaka, and they took place in Hiroshima, and all these different locations, and you're like, wow, they really nailed it. And it's like, well, yeah, it's the country that they live in. Mm-hmm. And they can hop on a train and go to these locations. It's not a big deal. So if they try really hard, they can do it. But to hear Gene describe, oh yeah, dude, that's the store my mom used to work at, or oh yeah, that's where the 24-hour gym is, and oh yeah, the tough enemies are at the drug spot. Like they got it dead on perfect accurate in a country they don't live in a language most of those devs don't speak. Holy shit.
I interviewed him. I did an article last week, and one quote that I didn't include in the article is when I asked him about, when you went to Hawaii, it's very interesting that you pick certain areas that were like really, really dangerous. And they were like, well, because we thought when we went there, we thought that they looked a little shady. And I was like, yes, those places are indeed shady. You read the area correctly,
Yeah. So Hawaii does have a large Japanese population that's there. I imagine
like Pat, you finished the Barracuda site.
Yeah,
quest,
I did.
right?
Yeah.
And so you went through like the mall and the cop.
The underground mall.
Yeah. That whole area is like the red light district of Honolulu, where
of course
it's
it is.
That's where the strip club is, and that's where the strip club is in the game too. Totally like the shadiest spot. That area is where I used to go to this place called the Boom Boom Room, and the Boom Boom Room was an unmarked room that you could not be allowed in unless you had a password, and the security camera is able to identify you, and then you go in there and it's just wild shit going on in there. But so they identify where the Boom Boom Room is, somehow.
And of course Gene knows all these things.
There's something even from like a game perspective, but knowing that these are like amalgamations of real locations, that I don't know how they were possibly able to grab this. They must have had some incredible guides from the natives, because in Yakuza 1, you go to the shady homeless encampment, which leads you to the underground shady casino fucking thing for rich people, where all the crazy shit goes down. In Yakuza 8, in Like a Dragon 8, you go to a similarly shady place of real Hawaii so that you can go into the underground place where all the rich people do all their rich shit, and it looks the same, and it is the same, but it also is the same. Like they magnetize to a place in the real world which would imitate their existing use of the real world in a different country.
Yeah. This is where the underground casino would be taking place in Japan. So this would be where it is in Hawaii, I guess. So they're just taking the Yakuza tropes and applying it to Hawaii, which is like very interesting. So
it has a really nice like feeling of like, yeah, you know what? It's pretty much the same everywhere.
Yeah.
We're all different, but
as I was playing it, I was like, am I gonna fight the governor of Hawaii and as the last boss?
I don't know.
So like, yeah, no, in seeing through that, like, again, like, so, Hawaii has a large Japanese population. I kind of wonder, like, if they're going to continue the trend of like picking other settings and like moving out, it's like, do you go to like Japantown, LA, as a possible like thing you can build out and make super accurate, because there's a sizable population there that you can, and then continue further adventures, get on land in America? Or do you go the other way and go to like Korea? Like, how do you build this out?
They made because like they make the region and then they use that region. So we're gonna go back to Hawaii for at least 2 more games,
a little bit longer.
And after that,
Brazil, Vancouver. Yeah, there's a lot of places. There's a lot of places with a sizable population. You can figure that out. Oh man.
That game's incredible. It's also like inscrutable. Like, we're talking about FF7 Rebirth, and I'm like, this is probably fucking confusing if you didn't play the original. Man, they're trading on like decades of assuming what's going on with Kiryu.
Just last bit on the location thing. I would like to imagine everyone around the world is holding up signs at Sega going, "Roast us. Come to our country and roast us." It's like on Reddit, the roast me fucking subreddit.
Yeah.
Just like that, for like, please fly out here and just wreck our shit.
I want to see what a rare Montreal Sujimon looks like.
And they also talk about like the homelessness issues and how like people. Pat, how far are you in the story?
Dodonko. So I've gotten to the part where they're walking around complaining about the rent.
Okay, yeah, that part. But like, where in the actual main story are you? Also?
Oh, I'm waiting for the gang to finish editing our YouTube video.
Oh, that's fucking right. Because that's why you're on Dondonko Island in the first place.
Right, yeah, because editing a smash viral YouTube video is really hard, as we all know.
Yeah, because you really, the game goes to great length to explain to the viewer, to the player, that it's really, really difficult to make a really, really good viral YouTube video. So it's
there is I don't know.
So that's why Ichiban fucks off to the Animal Crossing minigame for like several days. You know?
To be fair, on the homeless bit, like the entirety of what I played of the beginning of the last game was all about various angles of homelessness. Yeah. Starting from you yourself to then the camp. Like that's the whole chapter, the entirety of what I played. So I'm not surprised to hear that.
Yeah, and then Hawaii just happens to have the highest like homeless, or like one of the highest. It's up there now. It used to be the highest the homeless per capita in the world, or at least in America.
And then you start hanging out with some do-gooder, like, charity types, and they're just like, yeah, no, the homelessness is crazy out here because the rent is fucked up. And they quote like real rent numbers, and Ichi goes like, bro, that'd be like 300 grand in yen. Holy fuck, how can anyone make it in America? Damn. This was written like 3 years ago.
Damn. I don't suppose at any point you have to go to a hospital?
No.
Okay, because that's a chapter in and of itself. Seeing as you do go to a hospital earlier, but yeah, all right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kiryu is sick, so.
God.
We'll
imagine that. Imagine that.
Yeah, but he's got like secret agent healthcare.
Oh, the Spider-Man package? Is that what's going on?
So he didn't keep the fucking Spider-Man gadgets.
It's just for that game. It's just for Gaiden.
I thought for sure that he was gonna like have that as like a selectable job or something.
I'm shocked that it's not like a job or like just part of his default job or whatever.
No Iron Kiryu suit with the fucking
unfortunately
extra gadgets coming out. Boo.
Oh, yeah, Infinite Wealth's incredible. I can't, and like I knew it was incredible, but I had the same experience like back when I was like a child, like pirating Yakuza 1, where I didn't know anything about Japan. I'm like, is Japan this? I don't know. And similar to Hawaii, I've never been to Hawaii. Right?
You haven't met the character Bryce in Infinite Wealth yet, right?
I have absolutely met that dude.
Okay. The leader of Polycana, right?
Yeah. That dude is apparently hilarious in Japanese because he speaks like incredibly awful English.
Dude, yeah, they totally fuck him up in the Japanese version because he's a white guy, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to be able to speak English.
Yeah. He's a white guy in Hawaii who's the leader of a church, but he speaks like his Japanese voice sounds like a Japanese guy. Like he sounds like a fucking samurai, and then when he speaks English, like he sounds like a second year like Japanese student who's trying to and with a really squeaky high voice. It's crazy. I don't understand what
squeaky high voice.
It's a high voice.
Because his English voice is like a deep baritone.
Yeah, because he sounds like a deep white guy, but they use the same Japanese voice actor for him to say the English, and it's broken English, and I don't understand. They totally fucked him up in the Japanese dub. I don't understand what they were doing there. Do
you meet or hang out with any Polynesian, like Pacific Islander people, like Native Hawaiians?
Yeah, you do. And,
yeah.
Yeah, and then the fucking podcasts. Have you been listening to the podcast in this game?
Not yet, no.
Oh yeah, dude, it is actually like really, really well researched and well scripted. Like it's a white guy that's a host of the podcast, but he acknowledges that he's white and he calls himself Haole, which is the Hawaiian version, the Hawaii word for white. So he knows, like, yeah, I'm just another white guy with a podcast, but I got my buddy here, PP here, and he was in Japan, and then like he's a local guy, and he sounds exactly local. He's saying like local slang, like the kind and everything like that. Like they totally got on a point. And then the dub, because I did listen to the English dub too. A lot of the local Polynesian Hawaiian characters they sound like they're voiced by local guys because those are local voices,
So I haven't listened to that podcast yet, but I feel like I absolutely need to because I was informed that they take shots at Shenmue in that podcast.
Oh yeah.
They describe running into a guy who keeps asking them for sailors in the year 2023.
Okay.
So like, yeah,
perhaps
no, Shenmue,
a game of lucky hit. That's good.
Shenmue is canonical to the wider Like a Dragon universe, and he didn't get anywhere. He's still looking for him.
He never solved the problem.
No.
Landy got away.
16 parts, man.
Another 48-year-old Japanese guy wandering the world, but then he just never found Landy the whole time.
That's great.
No idea what that girl was doing back there in that village too. What was her name? I forgot.
Oh,
Zhao Yu. I'm going to call her Zhao Yu because that's the first Chinese girl name, and I'm playing Tekken also. So.
Looking for a stupid mirror. God.
Oh man, I completely missed Shenmue, and I feel like I should not even bother.
You've played its replacement. You're more than fine.
Speaking of replacement. There was one thing that it's supposed to be a cool Easter egg, but instead it cut me here, where you unlock the action hero job in Like a Dragon, and your fucking skills are all Virtua Fighter combos.
Oh no!
And you're just like, oh, fucking god damn it!
That's cool. Is he actually doing fucking Akira elbows?
Well,
and
he is. Like the first one you unlock
Jackie
is like
kicks.
It's like Eileen's like spinning kicks. Like what a weird choice.
So recently we talked about the switch from FF to like the 16 character action direction things are going in, and we talked about how the Yakuza has now turned Like a Dragon Goofy franchise has taken over completely. Does anyone that's a fan of the whole series and the main lines and everything actually miss the serious main line quests, or is it fair to say everyone is thumbs up on the goofy shit is now the whole point?
Oh, I think I haven't seen anybody complain about that.
I know. Yeah.
Seems like
I thought you were going to say, does anybody miss the action games?
Oh, no. Combat wise, it's a different genre. It scratches a different itch, no question.
But like at the same time, like it's pretty clear from like the way they put out Judgment that like there's going to be the next game they announce is going to be a fucking action game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're just gonna ping pong between the two,
and that'll be where you get your fix.
I'm not like a huge fan of mini games, but like I spent 20 hours on Dondonko Island, making sure that it got to a 5-star resort. I did not play Dondonko Island during the review period because as soon as it started, and I think Pat was discovering that shit is fucking deep.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It's a whole different game system. Well, it's its own game.
It like loads you into a different engine. Like that's how seriously they take it. The camera's pulled back, your controls are different. All the menus are their own bespoke menus that have different functions.
Yeah, Ichiban just controls completely differently. Like the way you run and the way like he moves around is like just different. The way he can do real-time attacks. There's a net button and a fishing button. It's
bananas. It feels like it's not, or at least I don't think it is, but it feels like Sega had a fucking Animal Crossing game that they were working on, and the Like a Dragon devs just went to their office and stole it and just jammed it in.
Yeah, because it's really, really. So I have a 5-star resort. I have a 5-star Dondonko Island, and I upload it on the internet, so you can actually visit it if you somehow find me for some reason. But you haven't started getting guests on your island, right?
No.
Yeah. So eventually, Dondonko Island starts as Animal Crossing, and it eventually becomes The Sims, where people start visiting your island, and you're starting to build the island to tailor it to their tastes. So that's why my Dondoko Island has a pop area, which is the center area, and that one has like the Japanese temple and like the photo booths and like the coffee stands and everything like that. And that's where I put like all the hostess girls and the virtual girls and the girls there and the kids there. And then I have I'm Strip Club Jesus, so I have a sleazy area. It's called sleazy because there's a sleazy mechanic that will be attracted to sleazy guests like Majima, for example, right? So that's why like the northwest area of my island is now just like sleaze corner, where that's where the Love Motel and the hostess clubs and like the bars and the karaoke bars and everything like that, and it even has fucking alleyways and everything too.
But like,
and then there's like the far right corner where this is like the retirement area. There's like a spa and a jacuzzi outside, and that's where I put all the old people there.
See, that's the thing is, and so like I'm seeing like, oh, it's still a serious Yakuza story, Wooly. Like that's
very
still
serious.
That's still a part of this. But what Gene's just describing, you guys said is a mandatory section of this game.
So you get kidnapped by the Muppets.
Crazy.
And you have to be there for a couple
days too. Like you are stuck in there.
I will not allow you.
You fucking can't. You know?
Like, you want to talk about yellow paint? They kidnap you and put you in the minigame and won't let you leave the minigame for a really long time because they're like, you're gonna fucking try it.
Have fun, asshole.
You're gonna try it.
Shut up.
Same thing with the Sujimon thing. I barely talked about Sujimon. Sujimon is super in depth. It's like half the depth of a full Pokemon game. Just jammed in there.
Forcing you to have a sense of humor. We fucking worked hard on this. Play it, asshole.
There's a gacha system in game for high rank Sujimon. You're hoping you're gonna get like a SSR Sujimon.
And here's the thing, Pat. The Sujimon system integrates with the Dondoko Island system because you eventually get a Dondoko farm, and it becomes fucking Power World. And then you start assigning your Sujimon to different tasks, including building wood, growing, and then you work them in the fucking fields.
Oh my god!
You're growing tomatoes and basils and vegetables and all these delicious wheats and grains. You know.
Of course they do. Of course.
I talked about this. So I've had some life stuff come up, so I haven't streamed Infinite Wealth as much as I wanted. And in my late night time after the baby and the wife have gone to sleep, I've been playing Persona 3 Reload. And I described how like I actually haven't played as much Infinite Wealth like off stream as I normally would. Normally with these games, I just devour like new minigame unlocked, 100%ed by the next day. And I'm having trouble like getting to it, but I go back to Persona. So two things. One, they're like the same game for different audiences. The fact that the Sega put them out right next to each other is hilarious. But Persona is like extraordinarily structured because of the day system. It's like, hey, you know, what's the best thing to do? Oh, I'll hang out with Chihiro. Oh, what's the best thing to do? I'll go to the arcade and up my courage. Whereas Infinite Wealth drops you on like the most bloated map I've ever seen. Like you unlock, like there's conversations you can just chill with your buddies and be like, hey, Tommy, what do you think? What kind of comics you like? Or hey, Chitose, what would you like fucking looking at housing real estate websites? And those are all over. That's every party member just all over the fucking map. And then you go up to them and you talk to them and it goes cool. And it fills in your best friend bingo card. And you're trying to get lines of friendship for your fucking bingo so that you can go get your drink links, and they're just S links. They're literally exactly the fucking same as S links. Down to like the choices of things you'll pick and the fact that it unlocks follow-up attacks in battle. It's a lot. There's a lot. It's a lot. It's very intimidating. It's a big fucking game.
The Persona with adults that we've asked for, except the adults are being way more childish than anything happening in a Persona game.
Mm-hmm. Well,
incredible.
Like you say that, but like I was talking with my chat about it, but like I spoke to, so there's a guy in your team called Eric Tomazawa, and he's the cab driver. and you do his drink link 1 where he talks about the circumstances in which he ended up breaking up with his girlfriend, and it's the best S-Link that there has ever been. And it's his first one because it's like the saddest and most true to life situation I've ever heard. And it's just like right out of the park. The first one. Bam. So like, yeah, they're all goofy weirdos,
but they have adult problems.
But there's like, it's like occasionally Persona can come off a little trite because it's adults writing for teenagers. Whereas here it's like 40-ish-year-old adults writing for the problems that 40-ish adults would have. And I'm turning 38 and I have a baby and a wife. And I'm just like,
Fantastic. Okay. Well, if there is any other things on Like a Dragon before we switch it up?
Nah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Still limited on what I could talk about. There's one aspect of Hawaii that's in this game that I could tell a really, really funny story, but it might be related to spoilers that Penn hasn't gone to yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess with that, this is where we'd be like, oh, and if you want to follow more Gene, be sure to head on over to Twitter.
Pick up a goddamn newspaper.
And pick up a newspaper. Yes.
But yeah, I think mainstream journalists are just have been way too proud. I'm inspired by the influencers of today. Please subscribe to the Washington Post. Pay money to subscribe to our company, please, and support your boy Gene.
There you go.
Yeah, because you never hear reporters saying, "Hey, please subscribe to my newspaper." You've never heard that before, right?
Dude, the newspaper is like the face of the world's information. Why would you need to advertise a pillar of the world?
Please like, comment, and subscribe to the Washington Post. Oh, wow. Yeah, we are in the future. Okay. Well, I'll jump in there if you don't mind. A couple things I got through last week. So yeah, Rebirth, definitely a big one up top. The other thing was I finished off Sacred and Terrible Air, the book taking place within the same universe as Disco Elysium by Robert Kurvitz. Got to the conclusion of that setting, and boy, I've said it before and I'll say again, this is one of those this is a book that certainly is like, after the read you have to go back and reread and digest a little bit more to take in everything that happened, and I felt that heavily towards the conclusion of this. But at the very least, if someone is interested in diving into a short story taking place in the disco world and you want to get like an audio book to listen to kind of thing, yeah, we've now completed that for posterity's sake, so feel free to enjoy in 4 episodes the full reading. Kurvitz is a goddamn fucking master wordsmith, and his ability to just, manipulate the tapestry of language to make his points is amazing. It is incredible. There are moments that are like just all the best moments of the narrator going in Disco, like that type of style occurring in this, where there's a character that is like just navigating through the Pale, walking with the ghost of the spirit of communism, like just describing how the revolution went down and what true belief in communism is. And like that entire segment is just a wild, like, let's look at every belief structure in the same way that you do in Disco and just like rip it open, and the ones you believe in the hardest are the ones that we have the most to say about. It is what's fucking awesome by the time you end this book is that I'm using Disco. It's its own thing, but I'm using Disco a lot as a reference point for like if you enjoyed that type of flavor and that type of the wit and the insight that comes from that game, and this kind of follows that flavor. Disco examines fascism, communism, ultraliberal, and moralism as the political alignments that you can kind of fall into, right? And you have different thoughts that come together. I feel like Sacred and Terrible Air examines the fifth and final political alignment, nihilism. And it gets,
dude, I love that one.
It gets touched on a little in Disco. In this, it's a full dive into what if we go hard into the, like, what would come from the thought cabinet of internalizing nihilism. And it is wild. It is extreme, and it is and to be quite honest, the answer is the end of the world. You know, it is a fascinating way to break down the effects of what all these thoughts have on the world that they're in, and in this case, how easily you can follow that through, and not the fun haha it's cool to hate the world nihilism. I mean, like, what is the point of anything like it shows you the gradual transition, because you can take steps from, you know, kind of believing in, like, this is the way things ought to be, and then this is the way things are, and then if the world doesn't want to become what it ought to be, and in this case, like, literally the spirit of communism has a moment of like, if the world doesn't want communism, then why should it even exist, you know? And it goes that it really examines it in a way that brings apart, it describes how the setting comes to be, and it explores the Pale as well. If you thought the Pale was interesting in Disco Elysium, and if you wanted to, like, go down how and why that works and what the setting is, and, like, the nature of its like its mysteries, but, you know, it doesn't give you full answers, but it leaves implications and ways that the Pale can be the things that it does. It basically goes into it, right? It is the Sacred and Terrible Air. That is the Pale. That on its own is, like, the best parts of this book. And, you know, in the foreground of that is the characters trying to solve the mystery, and your prototype Harry style detective person bumbling through with some other friends that are also fucked up, trying to figure out what happened to these missing girls, you know? It is a real like, I guess it is mature ass subject matter. It is full of the worst versions of trauma, and things like sexual abuse come up. So full warning on all of that. And you know, the effects of just the effects of the worst versions of, like, fascism on society and things like that get explored. It has these particularly, like, just, there's real damage you take from moments where like, there's a moment where you kind of are following the thoughts of this character who is I've described before, just like a literal Nazi monster, child molester type character that's up front in that book, you know, and described as you know, the one of the first leads that they go down to solving this mystery. And, like, it's not much, but it's just like there's a footnote that, like, as things escalate and go further into the future, there's a point where, like, a documentary, like a movie, is made about that character, and the director is shocked and aghast at the idea that the audience that that ended up loving his movie were not getting his sarcastic and obvious framing of the absurdity of this guy's beliefs, and they were actually looking at it as a reinforcing, awesome dude that was full of truth. And when he got incoherent towards the end of his life, it's because he was spitting so much truth that his own brain couldn't handle it. What a fucking noble hero, you know, this guy was, this insane child molesting fascist, you know? And it's like, oh no, but I thought it would be obvious with my directing style and commentary. Why didn't they? No, what do you, no, he's not supposed to be based. Guys, stop calling him based, you know? And you're just like, this is brutal.
I feel like Breaking Bad is like a very pop culture example of, like, you can't write a charismatic piece of shit because people will just gravitate towards them and be like, yeah, man, fucking Skylar trying to stop him from selling drugs and killing people? What the fuck?
dude, like, it's almost as if that moment could have had a prompt in the corner going, would you like to know more? It is Starship Troopers, absolutely happening. And that's like what that's just like yeah, one of the side notes, you know. So yeah, I really if you have any interest in, especially knowing that we're never going back to that setting again, like that shit's fucking done and dusted, and in the most disco way possible, as we know the legal bullshit that's happening with Zaum. If you do ever want to dive a little bit further into the world, into the thoughts, into the pale, and come out the other side like a little more shaken, but also informed. I would definitely recommend it. Sacred and Terrible Air, in particular, and yeah, no, the episodes are, you know, they're going to be up. You can check them out on Woolly Versus, and Josh, my friend who made the reader that basically allows you to go through the game to go through the book in the same style as the Disco Elysium visual novel text. I believe he's going to release that as well on its own. You'll have to go get.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you'll have to go get your own PDF of the book, but like you put that in place, and then, you know, this is a text reader that'll just let you read in Disco Elysium style and pop up the artwork as well. So that was a lot of fun. Finished off the Tekken 8 story, and yeah.
How long is the story mode?
Oh, it's like maybe 3.5, maybe 4.
Yeah,
like Dragon Ball?
It goes a little longer than I expected. Yeah,
it is.
It's Mortal Kombat size when I think about it, right?
Yeah,
Anyways.
yeah, and it's, you know, we're doing the like, you know, post MK9 storytelling like mechanic of, like, you know, cutscene and then playable segment and such, and it works. And in this case, it's really, really hype. It's a whole lot of fun. It definitely spends the time, like I said, like dragging Jin through the mud for his bullshit, and there's a little bit of like, you have to accept at some point that it's like, yeah, but essentially it's like it's whether or not you accept that, look, he's still the main character, so what do you want us to do, right? If you kind of just go, all right, what are we literally supposed to do? We're not just gonna. They could have shoved him over there and went, this is now the Reina show, but they didn't do that, you know. So. It is. Let's follow through on the Mishima story and what's left of, you know, the Azazel bits and Kazuya and all that. And it's pretty hype. The conclusion that does some really fun shit that if you're a fan of the old Tekken games from, you know, way back when, it has a lot of awesome like moments of like gameplay and music and all things coming together to like reference that shit. You know, pretty wild build up. Also insane, over the top, just like literally we're going to space nonsense. But I mean, look, you just killed off Azazel. What the fuck else is? Of course, space is going to happen. Shut up. So yeah, one of the more fun and hype attempts at the fighting game storyline mode. I think it would be. I still prefer modes where you go to different characters for a chapter. I still think.
I was about to ask, do you cycle around the cast?
Only for a little bit. You do, but like for like 1 or 2 matches at a time while they are either in a tournament bracket or Xiao Yu has to like protect Jin from like a bunch of jacks or whatever. There's also a like
those are the exact 2 moments that I was just thinking of right now.
Yes. There's also the Tekken Force mode I described, right, where you kind of are fighting off the crowd and stuff. But those aren't real fights in a sense, you know. But it really is it's like you're playing 80% Jin throughout the whole thing. I would like. I think those games and the stories and fighting game modes are better suited if you jump around a bit, even if you're not focused on. Even if you still have to focus on Jin, having someone else's perspective while there's more things for them to do as well is just more compelling. You don't necessarily have to stick to the one, you know?
Well, I mean, the main thing that pops into my mind is, what if you fucking hate playing as Jin?
That's it. Too bad. You have to like Jin, or you have to care about playing as him, or you give it a shot, be willing to. They do make use, however, of the idea of like he's like fighting with the devil gene and, you know, refusing or choosing to accept and all that. And so the whole unlearning of his style and the different conflicting things within his style come up in gameplay. so your certain moves are sealed at certain points in time, or like styles will switch according to what's happening. So the narrative does then lead itself back into like what he's doing in a gameplay perspective, and again, that builds up in a really fun way. But you're also left with a couple of unanswered questions for sure, and one of them obviously is like Reina gets introduced but doesn't get enough play to be a major player, and considering how like awesome and like kind of like you think she's going to play a bigger role than she does, but then she ends up not, which is, to be fair,
she was.
But it often happens with fighting game characters that's a case, right? Where the new character comes in, you think they're going to play a bigger role, and then they end up not. And I think it's almost like a little bit of an option select, where it's like, oh, if they don't like her too much, then it's not a big deal. But if they do, then we can do stuff afterwards, And I remember, I think Harada did an interview where he said he didn't think she would be that popular. Like they were surprised with the response to Reina being as high as it was, because
she's cool as hell, man.
Yeah, because they thought that Azucena would be the big fan favorite, and that would be the leading the fan affection charts, so to speak. But Reina came and just kind of took all that over, and everyone was like, this is a fucking winner from top to bottom. So yeah. They
gave her such a big moment in the story too, and that's when I was like, "Oh, it's just going to be the Reina show now," and it doesn't. But quite. I was like, and when I saw that, I was like, I get why she's popular now, because that's a really hype moment,
It is. But I do think as well, it's the ability to go, and if she was a huge flop and everyone hated her, we're not overcommitted. It gives them.
But if she's popular, then she gets to be the main character next time, or the main villain next time, or whatever.
So we get to we get to like put a little breadcrumb if we'd like to. So yeah, there you go. That's pretty much that. Played a little bit more Half-Life 2. Met the Eli Vance, and that like I do like the took a little break, met some characters, hung out with Alex a little more, and took in some lore before then getting dropped back into Ravenholm, and
it's the best level in that game.
Ravenholm now.
Wow, what a fucking change of pace, and what a different thing. You get the gravity gun, and that's a fun little toy you're gonna play with, and then like 2 seconds later, it's like, and here's some buzzsaws on the wall. Have fun. And you're like, ooh, Dead Space? I see what you're doing, Dead Space. Yeah.
I think that the gravity gun and those buzzsaws and all that, in an era that predates the yellow paint, was great, because like they throw a bunch of enemies at you and you have to use that shit to defend yourself. There's no other option. You don't have shit.
And you get just enough clearance in some hallways to wait long enough to line the shot up and get maximum crowd kill,
Tetris.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Grigory, you're trying to get a read on what the fuck this dude's about, and that's a nice little build up, and the payoff, of course, is when you're on foot with him. He's like, oh, he's awesome, he's doing it. His whole I'm insane, this is my congregation bit. It's like, yeah, but he has a point. They're head-crabbed humans, and they have lost their way. Like, this is not their fault. So he loves it a little too much, but he has ultimately a point in that, like, yeah, it's not their fault, So he's great.
He's like the better version of Bill from The Last of Us Part 1.
Okay, yeah.
Bill. I definitely thought of Bill Town when I got there, for
Bill
sure.
Town. Yeah.
Although this time around,
I like Bill. Don't get me wrong, but Father Gregory is just so much fun.
He's a lot of fun, and at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but apparently I'm
same DA as Bill. No shit, that's crazy. What the fuck?
I'm also really wild, incredible.
That's crazy.
What are the
You're
chances?
just typecasting that guy.
Huh. Yeah, and I'm in the process of discovering, though. You make a turn and go inside of a sewer, and find out that like the Vortigaunts are like basically worshiping me, and like Gordon,
cool.
The free man, and you're like, oh, speaking of religion, yeah, you left an impact on Zen, huh? Last time around, boy. So that we'll see where that goes, but I did switch things up a little bit as I was playing with the keyboard before. I had a the little mini keyboard, like for your like it's like a half keyboard wrist pad thing.
Yeah, like an MMO keyboard.
Exactly. I got one of those a while ago, and I only used it like once or twice before. So this is time I'm giving it a proper shot for this, and it's going great. That's a lot easier to manipulate, to put in place with the couch setup I have. I just put it on half the cube, and it's not like balancing a keyboard or anything like that. Because again, cube setup, you do have to have the right height for your lap and everything to work. This little thing is it's like a numpad effectively with a couple extra buttons, and you have enough to get all your directions on it, and then your thumb is resting on a D-pad/analog stick, and that's great because you can just tilt in each direction to pick one of the weapon wheel things to get right away. So, getting the access to whatever weapon you need right away or in 1 or 2 clicks tops is great. I guess this is where I'm curious. The default system in this game is to have little folder tabs for each category of weapon, cycle down to it, and then pull that one out with a confirmation. Does anyone prefer that? Because it seems like it's just universally slower than cycling immediately to the category you want.
I'll be honest, I almost never ever use like quick switch or like last weapon in almost anything, even though it would be better.
Okay.
Same here.
A wheel that shows up like Ultra Kill style or other more modern games, I kind of get with that. Like, you see all of it, you go straight to the one. But the idea of like all of it being sectioned off that way and requiring an extra step of confirmation just feels like needlessly.
I don't care for the confirm. I want everything to just rapid cycle and sound like shit as I know exactly how far I want to scroll it.
Huh. Okay. So for people, I guess, looking at the response here, like if you want to go like 3-3, switch to the second automatic, and then click to confirm, and then the gun comes out. It just is like, I'm like, oh, that just feels so much slower than like, going straight to it. But all right, it is.
Yeah.
A
So
million
like
years old,
my like heart, my like gut is thinking about like Day of Defeat, and it's like I know exactly how much I want to scroll this wheel to get to my fucking grenade. Mm-hmm. And then I want to throw my grenade on the floor, and then I want to mash E as hard as I can to pick it up and throw it. Mm-hmm. And then I want to scroll exactly how much I think I want to get past my pistol back to my rifle.
Okay.
And I want it to go.
And that's a lot
as
of that,
I'm doing it.
And that's just based on the memory of it being that way when you first did it, right? Like, yeah. So if time stops, if this is Metal Gear or an Ultra Kill slowdown where you're going through the guns to pick and you're not dealing with like what's going on outside at the same time, by all means, I have no, like, I'm down with that. But in a situation where everything's active and their threat is still coming at you, that extra confirmation step, I'm just like, no good for me.
Yeah. Personally, I actually prefer the console controller radio wheel time slow down big.
Yes,
because
that's great.
It lets me do more complicated stuff with my limited brain.
Yeah, Doom, etc. Agreed, completely agreed. I like that. I'm not going to fight anybody who says fuck that slow down shit. It's for babies. I want it to be hard. If
I love
if you don't want that, I'm not sure. I get it. Want it harder, valid. But in that instance, like, I don't want extra confirmation.
Give me my baby weapon wheel.
Yeah,
Horizon Zero Dawn also does a slow down thing and does it really well too.
Yeah, because you roll, and then during your roll, you start switching weapons, and by the time you're back up, you're good.
Super cool. Yeah.
I mean, and well, anyway, we've gone over like the feeling of like style switching with Dante versus like what weapon cycling, gun cycling, and sword cycling. Like, there's a lot going on, and
oh man, that would be the next step for Dante, right? Like, fuck it, here's 10 weapons, you're gonna need a weapon wheel.
But I mean, they already have.
Devil May Cry weapon wheel broke my brain just now in ways that I did not expect. I'm just going to fuck.
But you have to pick something to be like, what do you want to be on an instant switch? And in this case, D-pad for styles that's your priority. So
because
I would not want to have to cycle through styles to get to the one I wanted. That would feel terrible.
Because there was a game in which you had to do that. It was DMC4, and that's why switching to Dark Slayer sucked shit, because you had to double tap to get to it.
the other bit here is we're back on foot for a little bit, and then time to hit the roadster. So
fuck yeah, get in that car for 4 hours.
Off the boat onto the vehicle. Like, man, Half-Life 2 loves driving and boating around. Fuck walking, says this game. The roadster is not as bad on the motion sickness as the boat is, but I'm also trying to be a lot more cautious about how we're doing that. But I do love the in the middle of that you get your rocket launcher, and that's a really fun weapon to use. The fire and then correct to
the way you paint targets in that game rules.
So cool. Love that. Don't fire directly at it. It's going to shoot those rockets down. Try to find a weird side angle actually, and then lead up to it.
Dude, when they showed that on an E3 demo trailer,
dude,
crazy. I couldn't fucking believe what I was seeing. I was like, what the fuck? I saw that shit. Like I was at E3 and saw Half-Life 2 live. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? This is insane.
Yeah, and
you're looking at the fucking future.
That's what I saw.
And the feeling of getting these weapons and like you get them so quickly. Like you get the shotgun, you use it for like the end of Ravenholm. And then, like, right after that, you're picking up the soldier's automatic. And you're using that for a little bit, and then right into the rocket launcher, and then right into the sniper crossbow, which I just picked up, and that's pretty much where I'm at. Which is
a really, really slow projectile, but fuck it, it's cool.
It's a sniper rifle, but it's not going to be free. That you have to be patient, call your distance, and your fall off. There's a drop rate to it, that I do like that. Because, yeah, I can, if you got a fucking Mosin Nagant or, like a Kraber type shit or whatever, that would fucking erase the challenge from just
a PSG-1,
It'd be crazy to just stand back and delete the stages. Yeah, so no, this is it's a sniper, but there's caveats to it. But yeah, I did enjoy that fun little middle of the game there. So yeah, gonna pick back up with that this week. And last little bit, Under Night in Birth 2, Cis Celeste. It'll never be said with a straight face.
It cracks me up every time, man.
It'll never be said. Fucking awesome fighting game, really good. The biggest downside right now is just there's no crossplay, and I hate that has to come up because. I was like, okay, let me get ready to play this on console. And then I was like, hey, guys, what are you guys playing on? And most people were like on PC. And I was like, okay, fuck. All right,
well, shit.
But that aside, just a reminder, awesome features such as boot straight to training mode, absolute degen options available. And
psychos.
Yeah, I mean, but let's just cut out the middleman. We know what we want here, right? We want to get right to practice and load up ranked matches. Let's play. The game definitely has a reputation that is clear. Like, this is a system that if you're a fan of fighting games and if you're a fan of anime games in particular, this is as deep as you're getting. This is like really, really, there's a lot to keep track of. It's heady. And if you want to play optimally, thinking about the grid, the Vorpal system, chain shifting, all these different systems in place, there's more than enough to dive into for you. And if you want to use the tutorials, they'll teach you everything. They'll go super advanced. They'll teach you about option selects and wild tactics and things that like top players are using to get to fucking grand finals. But with all of that being there, the skill ceiling is as high as ever, but the floor is also as low as ever. Because
what if I just want to hit buttons?
Every character can go A, B, C, special, super, or do a ABC launch. You got a very basic system that allows you to pick a character you don't know how to use and do combos with them fairly easily. Just get the basis of like what their main 2 or 3 special moves are, all quarter circle motions. Inputs are very simple. There's an auto combo as well on like pressing jab, 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 So yeah, the I just want to hit buttons version of the game is like very present and you can do so and like not think twice about all of that crazy grid shit happening at the bottom. But if you do ever go into that grid shit is it's so much and it's so cool, but it's just overwhelming for me. But I do like fucking respect it because there's some great plays you can make that are like we're fighting on the stage doing our normal back and forth, but there's the second game we're playing is over here, and like it's almost as if like, you know how they talk about like the whole my issue with The World Ends With You originally was like the passing of the puck and stuff. Passing of the puck, God, right? We've commiserated on the passing of the puck. So here, it's less about it's not that there's a puck pass happening, but it's more like, imagine if the second screen game was happening and your party members were fighting, but when they had moments that you should sync up with them in the main game, it's like, now's the time to do it, right? So in other words, like, it's not that we're switching control over to the second section and you're playing a second game and then you go back to the main combat in World Ends With You. It's there's a second thing happening, and like there's moments of like we have the advantage, let's press it, and you start playing in a way that capitalizes on the secondary things.
I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is that pass the puck is okay.
No,
when a fighting game does it.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I'm saying that it's a much more passive pass the puck where you can ignore it entirely. You can make it you can see when there's times to capitalize versus times to be more defensive, and it's just a secondary thing that you can choose to pay attention to or not. And it's a lot of fun in how they use it as well. So, yeah.
And the game's name is called Under Night in Birth 2 bracket Cis colon Celeste.
Cis colon Celeste. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
I was like, what the fuck are we acronyming this into? Because
what is it?
I was like, are we calling it Unisys? No, we're not calling it Unisys. Are we calling it Uni B2 SC? No, we're not calling it that. What are we going? And like, yeah, so it's UNI2 seems to be
Uni 2?
Yes. However,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
But then my autocorrect turns that into Unit 2 and just shows me ASCA. So
that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But
never a bad thing.
But yes, exactly. Great game, very cool. So all of that over on Woolly Versus, and yeah, check the schedule on Twitter. We're gonna have some more announcements about what we're doing this week when we come back. So that's it.
I need 5 minutes. I need to coffee up. I will be back shortly. Can we take a small break?
Burb. right. Hey, let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
I love our sponsors.
Thank you, sponsors.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Cha-ching Shopify. That's the sound you hear when you make a sale on Shopify. And if you are like us and you are not equipped with the mercantile skill on your character sheet, you're putting all your stats into I'm suddenly distracted. Hold on.
I'm sorry, guys. I got a lot of coffee. I need a bib for my coffee.
There we go.
All eyes on that.
That's a very.
Need a bib.
There you go. A yellow bib has entered, and just like that,
I feel like a Sephiroth clone being drawn to the northern crater now.
There we go. We are now complete. That's it. Perfect. All right. Viewer no longer has to worry about anything.
Honestly, continuing sponsors. Let me get a yellow shirt real quick.
Do what you got to do. Just, but the viewer is no longer. They were uncomfortable, but Pat, I think we are now.
They could have been distracted, but no longer.
We have your attention and your focus, and that's the exact perfect timing. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Cha-ching is the sound of a sale on Shopify, and in particular, it is handy to have because just like the clothing that you have right there, the yellow, that is so attention-grabbing, but if we had a yellow T-shirt and we wanted to, sell it to you, the podcast listener, we would not know how, because we are not equipped with the skills to. There we go, more yellow. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. This is one of my oldest shirts
Pay
ever.
attention, everybody. We have this is where your eyes and even
do you
your
know
ears,
where to look yet, guys?
You can hear the yellow if you listen up carefully.
We know that the Xbox podcast is going to be probably the most listened to gaming podcast of all time, but we're here to preemptive that,
Indeed. So, but back to business. The important thing is trying to figure out how to get merch to people who want to buy some merch. And I don't know. I think lemonade stands are still an effective way of doing business. So I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But that's where something like Shopify can come in handy because, they'll help you with every step of the way with converting the process of whatever you're trying to sell to a fully global commerce platform that'll help you track sales. It'll help you keep track of what's going out where. It's got an in-person POS system for whatever you're selling. And they've got the best conversion checkout rate, 36% better than average compared to other leading commerce platforms.
That's pretty good.
You can basically do anything that tracks as your business grows. They're going to follow you the entire way through. When you're selling your first couple of T-shirts like us or so until you hit your millionth sale when you become a massive powerhouse in whatever it is you're getting into, Shopify is there to scale with you. They've got some of the leading support available for you as well. Award-winning. And it's just it's one of the best ways to implement a store into your business, get involved with e-commerce, and figure out how to grow your business. So you can sign up for a $1 a month trial period at shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/superbeast now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/superbeast. Again, all lowercase. Thank you very much, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Factor, the ready-to-eat delicious meals that are coming in healthy and good. Like in many ways, the yellow that I'm seeing on screen is attracting my attention to what is important. And here in front of me, in yellow, is highlighted some important details. The fact that you can you can get a meal heated up in 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Fuel up with
That's crazy.
Restaurant quality meals that are ready to heat and eat wherever you are. They've got snacks, smoothies, a wide variety of easy options. So if you want to get your breakfast covered or your midday bites, you are good to go. And it's less expensive than takeout. Every meal is dietitian approved to be nutritious and delicious. I'm definitely in a period where I'm back to mentally counting my calories every day. I'm not writing it down in the app anymore, but every time I put something in my mouth, I'm like, oh, that's about this much for the day. So I'm doing a little check in my head for just, keeping myself healthy. And it helps to be able to not have to worry about that as much, because these are, again, health conscious. You can get as much or as little as you need with a flexible schedule. You can get 6 to 18 meals per week. You can pause or reschedule your deliveries anytime. And they're 100% ready to heat and eat. So no prepping, cooking, or cleanup required. It's the perfect solution for if you're looking for fast options. You've got 35 options to choose from a week. You've got different types, including keto, calorie smart, vegan, or vegetarian, and over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons as well. So, the options are numerous. Head on down to factormeals.com/castle50 and use code CASTLE50 to get 50% off. That's code CASTLE50 at factormeals.com/castle50 to get 50% off. That's a whole lot. Thank you very much, Factor.
Thanks, Factor.
Last but not least, this week, the podcast is sponsored by Henson, the precision shaving solution. You've got I've gotten to a point where my grays are coming in aggressively now. It's no longer just the salt and pepper like hints.
Oh no.
No, I love it. I think it's awesome.
Oh yeah, yay.
I think it's really cool. I like the way I like the way my beard looks with like the gray coming in and stuff. It's distinguished or something like that. It's cool. Punch Mom likes it, so I'm like, okay, cool. Well,
that's what matters.
Yeah,
that matters. That's what matters. That's it. Yeah.
No, I think it's dope, and so paying attention to that means paying attention to the crispness of the line and the cut and the edge, and in particular, you want to be as precise as possible. So that's why Henson Shaving is very good, because they're getting in there. It's a family-owned aerospace parts manufacturer that has made parts for the ISS, the International Space Station, and the Mars rover. So they know what they're doing when it comes to precision engineering and, getting as crisp and clean as possible on your shaving experience. That's the kind of brains I want involved with my razor. So, yeah. I'm looking here, and it's describing their aerospace grade CNC machines that allow them to make metal razors that extend 0.0013 inches, less than the thickness of a human hair. At that point, I don't even that's a level of precision.
I can't conceptualize it. It's too small.
Too small, crazy, too insane. But again, gonna trust the folks that have made parts for the ISS and Mars rover to handle that. Long story short, it's a stable blade with a vibration-free shave. I appreciate that, and the fact that it doesn't create all the imperfections and bumps and things like that, because I remember trying to do it with the dollar store razors back as a teenager, and getting those bumps and awful, ingrown, just acne-looking things that happen in particular.
Yeah, when I was a young man, I shaved my legs by accident. I used my mom's terrible razor, and that was a mistake.
The worst. So, we are a million miles past that in the year of our Lord 2024. You want to get yourself the absolute best of precision, insanely tiny, and durable razors. So get in there. Not to mention affordable as well. They've got dual-edged blades for an old school shave that benefits you the same way as new school tech. So you're looking at Henson razor. It's only about $3 to $5 per year to replace the blades. Awesome. I had a great shave with it. I'm getting, again, my grays in the right edged up way, and I'm trying to age a little gracefully. So
I did notice your grays, Wooly, and it looked good.
Thank you.
It does look good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit.
My gray didn't come in quite as good. It looks like I spilled food on my beard.
Damn. You should get some Henson shaving razors to clean that up. Say no to subscriptions.
It looks like a sunburst, Pat. Like
you.
like all the yellow around you, but you know.
Say no to subscriptions and yes to a razor that'll last you a lifetime. Visit hensonshaving.com/superbeast to pick the razor for you and use the code SUPERBEAST, and you'll get 2 years worth of blades free with your razor. Just make sure to add them to your cart. That's 100 free blades when you head to hensonshaving.com/superbeast and use the code SUPERBEAST. Thank you, Henson Shaving.
Thank you, Henson.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, Pat. FF7
All right,
Rebirth,
so
Like a Dragon. What else is going on?
So, what with Rebirth on its way, I decided that. So, I don't know if you remember this, Wooly, but I had like a Evangelion watching order way back in the day, in which every time some kind of new Evangelion thing would come out, my watch order was to rewatch the whole fucking series in a row, right before the new thing.
The new thing every single time, yes.
Which became like wildly impractical as the second, third, and fourth movies were coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably not going to happen for the FF7 Rebirth, but I was like, I never watched Advent Children complete. And I said that out loud, to which my darling wife, Paige, also known as Peach Saliva, said, I've never seen Advent Children. And I went, you've never seen it, huh? And then she clarified, not like she had never sat down to watch the movie. She had literally never seen even a piece of Advent Children.
Wow. What's Paige's FF7?
She played it in 1998 or 99.
And that was that.
That's amazing.
And that was that.
Yeah, okay. Just the normal way to do it. Yeah, fair enough.
So full,
like a normal person, yes.
Like a normal sane person.
Later.
Yeah.
And I said, this is going to be grand. So on occasion, Paige and I will watch movies and she will become totally flabbergasted by nonsense or confusing plot that I'll be like, so what did you think of the movie? And she'll just look at me and go, buh, and go, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
So instead I asked her while we were watching, and if she needed me to pause it, to write down her emotional state at the time, which I have then grabbed and brought here for the opinion of somebody who didn't watch Advent Children on a goddamn computer monitor in their club space in 2005 going, whoa, Cloud is there. No, somebody who watched Advent Children like a regular movie that someone would watch.
Mm-hmm.
The way that we all watched
it in the stupidest way possible, dude. We all stole it off LimeWire.
This is just huddle. Yeah, all on LimeWire, right?
No. My experience was after seeing that trailer and seeing the bike shot and going, oh my God, the bike shot. It was waiting in line at the night that I think the Wii was coming out.
My fucking God.
While in Burlington, and somebody had it on their like little screen, and it was and it was like that, or so, like God, it's been so long, but some wild fucking experience like that while the Wii was dropping in front of a GameSpot or a Walmart in Burlington. Yeah. So what's in Complete even? I don't even.
It's Complete.
Yeah, I also never seen Complete either. So I'm really excited to hear what you think.
Complete has more scenes. I'll give you guys my secondary Complete review second. But before that, I'd like to go through Paige's stream of consciousness of somebody who she never saw the trailer, didn't follow it, totally new. So the first thing on this list is who is wearing Blanky? Do you remember Rufus just coming out with a little Blanky?
Oh,
yeah, Rufus
covered
was in,
up,
like his little Mother Teresa outfit or whatever.
Right. Yeah, true.
Second up is this is
like
so,
but in white. Basically.
Yeah. Second up is this is so gray. My eyes are hungry for color. Pat will not let me escape to my mind palace. So, Wooly, Gene, you ever watch a movie with a friend of yours or your girl, and they get up to go to the bathroom or do a chore, and you go, hey, you want me to pause it? And they go, no, it's fine. And then they come back and you paused it and sat there in silence the whole time. And then they give you that fucking look that says, I told you not to fucking pause it.
Okay.
Damn. She goes on to say, okay, this is beautifully animated, especially for 2005, which it is.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
And now we're getting into parts of the plot that I completely forgot. Sephiroth gives AIDS to every orphan.
Yes.
That's geostigma.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't catch it at the time, but they call it Sephiroth's mimetic legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So Sephiroth gives all the orphans AIDS via memes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why is everyone flying? Tifa makes that twink cry. What? No explanation for Marlene escaping the three twinks, but she does want to play games on Vincent's phone. Vincent is Wolverine and he is cool. See how cool he is. Please play his game that comes out next year.
Okay, now to be fair, it's like 2 twinks and a half zaddy, right?
But
I mean, there's like yes, you can say yes, Kadaj and fucking Yazoo.
Yeah, Yazoo.
Yeah, but Laws.
Yeah, he's a little twunky.
Mm-hmm. But they represent though the different aspects of
they represent time ghosts.
It is.
You should have seen the look on her face when I told them that they were technically ghost boss fights in Remake.
But it's more direct because this one's all obsessed with mommy and mother, and this one is all about the hatred.
Wooly, the next line on this list is mother.
Yeah.
One
more than the others, right?
Yeah. What the hell is going on? Yo, Denzel sucks.
But buy this phone though. Did you buy the phone?
Wait. I am white knuckling this Bloody Mary. I hate Pat. Who is that? Bahamut's gigantic ass. The gang is back together and Barrett has been attacked by the X-Files melanin vampire. I like these explosions. Cloud defeats Bahamut by leaping through his attack like a lucky sperm penetrating an ovum.
That is so accurate.
Okay.
I hate that.
She's
okay,
right.
That is a description. Does the energy create like a spherical orb that
and then he plops into
through.
it and it goes like a little bloop.
There you go.
It actually does look like that. Everyone is so poor they cannot afford to wear colors, but they all have nice phones.
See, but that was peak in the middle of the era where the more gray, the more real.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read this verbatim. The last 45 minutes is just 2 Barbies smashing against each other as hard and as fast as I can. Why did the cast leave Cloud? Did they just call the head twink Sephiroth's larva? They do. God, this shit is so gay. Aerith's ghost calls every wretch in Midgar on the phone. And then the finale of the movie is Cloud pours sewer water into a child's eyes.
It comes from the live stream. No.
Yeah, it comes from the dirt,
It
man.
comes from deep within the Earth's memory.
So she wrote all these while we were watching the movie. And then after the movie, I'm like, what do you think? And she just kind of like glared at me, dumbfounded. Dude, so okay, you want my thing of Advent Children complete?
Did you tell her that that's also the best Final Fantasy movie ever made?
I sure did, dude.
Not even one mention of the what about when Tifa hits the wall and then you see the big fucking and then everyone goes,
she made the twink cry.
The wall jump
was in there.
Yeah, the wall jump.
The wall jump, though.
So here's my review of Advent Children complete. They add like a half hour of new footage. Because the original story is like a confusing fucking mess that doesn't make any goddamn sense. And they're like, you know what? We should add scenes about what is geostigma, and we should add scenes about how Denzel met Cloud and all that. And it makes the fucked up, confusing narrative slightly less confusing. But it fucks the pacing of the movie up so bad because all of the new scenes are the setup. So it used to be 45 minutes of convoluted bullshit and then a 45-minute action sequence. It is now an hour and 20 minutes of bullshit and a 45-minute action sequence.
It's all before.
Complete is way worse.
Oh, with extra context.
Way worse than the original cut.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Does Complete add the fucking bike shot back?
No, it does not.
Never does. I'm not going to let it go. I'll never let it go.
Yeah, it'll never be
It'll
your
never
memory.
be a memory. It won't. Yeah.
And like, so I'm watching this fucking movie, and I'm watching the moment that the time ghosts show up in Advent Children at the end, and then Sephiroth disappears to go bug us in Remake, and I'm like, this is fucking schlock. I cannot believe they use this as the fucking jumping off point for this new trilogy of games, because Advent Children is fucking terrible.
And that's a game Square Enix has been trying to make for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But then there's the highway moment, and you hear the doo-doo.
The music's super good.
And then you see Rena and Rude as the last ones on the highway. And they're dressed in suits, so they're kind of cool. They're morally gray.
Oh my god! No, dude, the movie is violently gray. The movie is like ugly. Like outside of its like animation, it is actually a really ugly film. Terrible.
Yeah, I remember when just about everyone in again Club Space fucking whatever, like everyone from that kind of circle,
anime club.
Yeah, like the bike having all the swords and then the swords all being part of Octoslashed.
It is cool.
Were all that mattered. That was peak fiction, peak animation, end of story. Wrap it up. We're done.
Yeah, but what we should have focused on more than we did, was dilly dally, shilly shally.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
I
forgot that's where dilly dally, shilly shally comes from.
Yeah, man.
I've been fucking quoting that like to regular people for years. Oh, just like Kay said, I was like, dilly dally, shilly shally. And it's like,
did you?
I've just been. I quoted that to like politicians, like why am I quoting
get the fuck out of here?
So
you regular people.
Did you watch the dub then, right? Not the.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which, by the way, is terrible. Like,
because the subtitled version, I remember also in the subs they tried to do a lot of the catchy like accent, and everybody had their little
the dub of Advent Children is peak bad English anime dubbing, because they're looping every single mouth flap, and it's a fucking mess. And I look at that and I go, this is why Kingdom Hearts 2 invented a new fucking voice technology for lip flaps for Square Enix, because this shit is a mess.
Also, Advent Children Cloud means you don't get Scarf One Wing Cloud from Kingdom Hearts 1 anymore. He directly replaces that one. I bought the model, the toy of the bike and with all the shit
it's
too.
cool.
It was a cool toy. I remember.
And the phones they have are cool. They're very nice phones.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. You've got it. There you go. Yeah, the Buster Sword breaks into all the different swords.
But yeah, no, I was really excited because afterwards Paige was like, "What the fuck? Why did we watch that?" I'm like, "Wasn't that fun?" She's like, "You told me it was good." I'm like, "No, I told you it was fun." I told you it was fun. That is different.
So did she not have fun? At least.
I think she had fun writing down these thoughts and looking over them later and just going, "What the fuck?"
Should Advent Children have been like an art book and a collection of music videos?
Oh man, like this makes me feel like maybe I was way too hard on Dirge of Cerberus, which is a strange takeaway because at least Dirge of Cerberus had like stuff in it that wasn't Barbie dolls going, yeah.
Yeah, I never even went through Dirge. Like that's, yeah.
I mean that's why like at the end of Remake, like they just like they just forced the Advent Children fight into Remake.
Yeah, because they want to do it over.
Yeah, because because they know how much we loved smashing our Barbies together. So now we get to actually do it in the video game.
But that's different, right? Because when I'm holding the Barbie, I feel Barbie agency.
I always felt like the impression I got was that Dirge could be worse or better depending on how much you fucking need and love edgy boy with his big red cool scarf in the moonlight in your life. If you need and love Vincent and his design is the best and hottest thing ever, then Dirge is fine.
I mean, I could use some more.
Yeah, and we have a mutual friend who was like, Vincent stan, therefore Dirge is great, and that's all there is to it. More screen time for Vincent is automatically a win.
I thought when FF7 preview stuff was coming out and you see that shit in the magazine, I was like, why is this guy not the main character? I thought Vincent should have been the main character.
You know what? So why he's not the main character? Because like there's something Paige forgot to write down on here, but I remember her like exclaiming it, is when we have a full body shot of Vincent and Advent Children, she burst out laughing going, "What the fuck are those shoes?" Because he's got his fucking weird ass gold pointy elf feet.
Yeah, he's got golden clown shoes on, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why when I played Dirge like all those years, I've never played Dirge since like the one time I played it all those years ago. And I was like, that game was cool because I wanted more Vincent in my life. So I was like,
it's also like really funny during the big Bahamut fight how like Vincent gets this wildly disproportionate amount of cool action shots, and you're like, and he's got the 3-barreled gun. Yeah. And like the whole thing reads like, dude, I wish there was a game where I could play as Vincent. Whoa! I'm like, sure enough, there's one next year.
I mean, he's definitely like main character coded in his design. Like he always.
I don't know if he's main character coded. The man, Vincent Valentine, is a guy you fucking dig out of a fucking cuck grave.
In design. I mean the way he looks aesthetically. Because and back in the day, everyone was like, he's the best, coolest looking character ever. And like, yeah, because look, they half turned Cloud into that for Kingdom Hearts 1. You know.
But when I saw Devil May Cry, I was like, ooh, white-haired Vincent Valentine. That was exactly my reaction when I first heard about Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
I was like, sick.
I mean, my brain at that time was firmly just like, yo, humanoid typhoon, right?
Vash too. Yeah,
Vash with the,
I also thought Vash as well,
with the mouth cut off, you know, and then the wind blowing with the cloak. It's all there.
Yeah, I also thought he was very Vash coded too. Yeah, obviously. I mean, that's why, like, it's no surprise that FF16 ended up playing like Devil May Cry, because when I was playing Devil May Cry, I was like, this is, or like when I saw Advent Children, I was like, this is just a Devil May Cry game.
Well,
awesome.
You know, like I think it speaks volumes that like given the ability or possibility of revisiting Kadaj Laws and Yazoo in Remake. They instead decided.
I mean, we killed them again as ghosts.
But we just made color monsters. We just made floating nebulous color monsters and left it alone. You know.
So like the at least like the team or whatever you want to call whoever's responsible for this still loves Advent Children, because I noticed doing this that the braver that Cloud has in the flashback where he does the gigantic jump up and comes down one-handed, that might as well just be ripped from the animation files of Advent Children. Like it's exactly the same down to the timing.
Yeah, so when I was after we went through the demo and watched Last Order, I was kind of describing about how Advent Children was the first time we got introduced to this modern looking glow up for FF7 characters, and we just kind of are getting around to an era now where Advent Children's playable. That's basically what this represents, you know. Man, okay. I'm so curious to re-experience that, but I also
it's fucking trash.
But I
dude.
also don't want to. Because I love the memory I have from that fucking that entire era, like that crystalline, just perfect, encapsulated, not fun, right? Fun was the word. It's not good, but fun is how I want to remember it forever.
The best thing
I was gonna watch it too, and I have it on DVD, and now I'm like way less interested because I'm not sure I'm ready for a worse version of Advent Children. That's an hour.
It's
like
way worse
with the more boring stuff.
Like it is way worse. I was genuinely fucking shocked because we're sitting there for almost 80 minutes before like the big melee in the middle of town. That's a whole movie worth of like Cloud, the geostigma, the children, you're hanging out with the orphans, are you?
Oh, the word geostigma, and that I feel like I remember the trailer more. Well, anyway, whatever. I'm thinking because I remember in Japanese where the word geostigma was said like 80 times, and then Denzel going, "I want to see Cloud." And yeah,
I don't know why Denzel exists in that story. Like, it feels like he's the character to like look at the FF7 cast with new eyes. But who the fuck is watching this FF7 sequel? I don't know who Cloud and Tifa are. Also, Tifa's eyes are the wrong color in that fucking movie. They're brown.
Oh,
she's got regular brown eyes in that movie.
What are they supposed to be?
They're supposed to be red.
Okay. I don't notice eye colors again. Yeah. Are they like red? Like,
yeah, dude. They're red. They're red as fuck.
Yeah. It was the OG art.
They're like ruby red.
Oh, okay.
Red eyes, yeah, there you go. Just Google Tifa eye color, red eyes.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, they're super red.
Because her gloves are red.
Was that the phone? Was the phone they were selling the phone that you could play Before Crisis on at the time?
Yes.
That was the one.
Yes, it
wasn't
was.
Right?
Dude.
And it had the pre-packed fanfare ringtone on it. That thing plays in dead silence for like, I want to say like 30 seconds.
It's not, but it's like 10 seconds.
Okay. In my memory, it lasted
it gets
too
the
long.
fucking play. You're like, oh man, imagine if I had a cool phone that played that ringtone. Oh,
I know.
And then the
I
shades.
feel like that was the first thing
shades.
to like ever introduce me to the idea of cool ringtones, you know?
Yeah, I just had Guilty Gear ringtones for like fucking 15 years.
And this was all before the iPhone too, so it was all flip phones and everything.
They're all flip phones and like that other type of flip phone that would like just like slide up.
The little click and slide, yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, you know, play Persona 3 Reload. You know what? Flip phones were better. They were way cooler. They were way cooler and more stylish and had better colors and felt better in the hand. I had a whole
like trick of like taking them out and I've like flipped them and like
yeah.
And now that skill is just completely useless.
Yeah, now I have my brick. my brick that shows me anime and pornography.
I mean,
darn.
I only got a flip phone like real late for a little bit. For me, it was all of the click and slide one where it did the, the 2-layer one.
Yeah, and Japan had like really advanced phones back then. Like when the iPhone came out, I remember I was like, well, so what if it does video and photos and you can surf.
Can I play Before Crisis on it?
Exactly. I was like, Japan has all this crazy shit going on, and then and I was like, oh, okay, well, I get what the iPhone's actually doing, but still.
God.
All right, what else do I got? Persona 3 Reload's fantastic. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is fantastic. Advent Children is not fantastic. You know what? I have a weird story that happened today, and that's going to be the end of my week. So I'll do my streams, and Paige will come over, and she'll do her streams, or we'll do streams together. And this morning, my mom called me. And my mom called me and said, hi, Pat, how are you doing? Blah, 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 right? Pleasantries. So we were watching your show the other night, and we heard you and Paige were talking about the pie argument again. Gene, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, or Wooly, I'm not sure if you remember this.
Floor pie?
But what's that?
Floor pie?
No. Oh. So my mom and I had an argument every single week for like 15 years because she would get a pie from the store, and the only people who wanted pies were me, my mom, and my brother, and she would cut it into 4s. And my brother every week for like 10 years would go, that's bullshit. How come you get 2 pieces of pie? And she's like, well, 1/3 of a pie is too much for you kids. And they're like, well, who's going to eat the 4th piece? She's like, well, we'll figure that out later. And then mom would always have the 4th piece at a later time. And we argued and argued and argued about this for decades. And when Paige met my mom, my mom and I got into the argument again about who should have gotten that 4th piece of pie. And she eventually just admitted, well, you know what? I was your mother and I bought that pie. So
okay.
So that was fine.
Yeah.
So we told that story on stream like a week or 2 ago, and we're laughing about it because it's so silly. My mom calls me up on the fucking phone this morning. I mean, like, hey, so me and your father watched you stream, and I saw you guys talking about the pie, and I just want to let you know that was my pie. How's the baby?
Mom is like, why are you bringing up old shit?
Yeah.
You're bringing up old shit.
Wow.
Like, I want to go back to Montreal and just eat a whole fucking blueberry pie in front of her and then throw the crumbs at the floor.
And this is the part where you'd say, like, Pat's mom stole my pie, and then create a bit that follows you for a decade.
No, according to mom, Pat's mom stole her own pie because she bought that pie and it was her pie to steal.
Yeah, yeah. No, you see, the thing, like, the wild part about that entire bit, which is it would, of course it's logical to just cut in 3, you could do that. But you could also say, no, I want more, I bought it. You can just say that.
Dude, that was the breaking point. That was always the thing. My brother and I, it's like one of the only things we agreed on in our whole childhood is like, just admit you want the 4th piece. It's like, no. Just 1/3 of a pie is way too much for kids. You kids can't have too much sugar.
It's the energy. It's all in the energy.
And just like, dude, every week for like 15 years. And then like half the time I'd go hang out with my mom. And if do you want a little snacky cake? I'm like, yeah, mom, I would love a little snacky cake. So we're gonna split it into 3s, and she'd be like, "Oh no, we're not doing this again." I'm like, "I will do every day until either of us are both in the ground."
Incredible. I think that's it. The principle of denial.
So you know what I'm gonna do with my boy, because I got a boy, and we'll have sweets in the house, and we'll have a pie. And right now there's me, Paige, and the boy, so that's 3, right? So we'll have to cut it into 4s. And the boy is going to be like, well, what about the 4th piece of pie? And I'll tell him some bullshit. That's for our neighbor. Or the dog.
Keep the lie going, you say. Yes. let's not take the opportunity to use some truth here and correct the timeline.
What, would you prefer that I just eat both pieces of pie right in front of the child and be a terrible example? Or should I just eat it at night after he's gone to bed and just lie?
Oh, the shame stuff. The shame stuff. Yes, right. In the closet. Absolutely. That's the other place for this to go. God.
This is the real intergenerational trauma right here.
And then and then he suspects that you're having that extra piece, but never gets to confirm it. And then
he'll never confirm it until he's 45.
Yeah.
Or 50, and I'm in the home, and the lady calls him and be like, "Hey, Pat
red-handed
Jr.,
and mouthed.
Your father keeps disappearing, and we can't find him. And in his dementia, he keeps stealing pies from the cafeteria and saying my pie."
Pat becomes a pie stealer now. That's the lore.
That Gene, like, you know what's wild is the whole the monkey ladder experiment where like if the monkey touches the ladder, all the they all get sprayed with water, and then after a while there's no more ladder, and all the monkeys get replaced, but they all remember to attack the monkey who gets them all sprayed. That thing, right. I like the people who are currently listening and watching to this. I bet like the majority are don't even remember the original story of the whole Wooly stole my pies bit.
Oh, it was
I bet you it has just echoed into its own thing, and the original story is gone from existence.
Wooly, hold on. I want to hold on for a second because I wasn't there. Right? I wasn't there. I was not involved in the story, but I did know you at the time. And I'm not sure I remember it correctly either. Because in my mind, you were with a friend at a bus stop.
Yes.
And he had a pie to bring somewhere. And then you shared it. Right? Because it couldn't go somewhere. It wasn't pie appropriate.
No.
And then he was like, you ate too much of it. You stole my pie.
Literally not even close. Not at all. There was a McDonald's bag with different pies in there. And there was an apple flavor and a berry flavor left. And we both wanted the apple and over the berry. So we did a rock, paper, scissors over it. And I won. So when I won, I took the apple. And that was it.
And then you physically overpowered him and took the pie.
I took the apple because I won the rock, paper, scissors, and he took the berry one. And that was the story.
Oh, my God.
And that turned into, the liar Wooly stole my pie. I won a rock, paper, scissors fair and square and took an apple pie out of the bag because I won. That's literally it.
This is why Sephiroth needs to inject mimetic. We need Wooly's mimetic memories.
It's insane. It's the most insane thing. One of the most insane thing that's ever happened to me over the course of decades of simply playing a game of fair and square rock, paper, scissors, rightfully earning a pie and eating.
And now we got children's books with you with the blueberry shit all over your fucking face.
Batshit. It's completely batshit. To be lied to, gaslit, fucking warped around into the flanderized ghost in front of you for decades. I won a fucking fair and square. That's what it was.
That's really funny.
That's all it ever was.
That's great.
I never heard that before. I don't think it's ever been corrected.
Over nothing. Completely nothing.
Oh, that cloth made my chest itchy.
Oh. But you know what? The truth is not as funny, so fuck
It's not nearly as funny.
Never. It never is.
Yeah, well,
funny wins over truth.
It's all about the myth, you know. I used to work for the guy who created eBay, Pierre Midyar, and then the myth was that his wife was looking for a Pez dispenser, and she couldn't find it online. So he was like, "Why don't I build a website where people can just sell random shit, and then call it eBay?" And I asked him, I was like, "Is that true?" He was like, "No, it's not true." But it's a good story. You know,
it is a good story.
Okay, yeah. No, in the end, the deep irony is that you are all the liars.
Yes.
All of you, everyone else, you are all the liars.
But Wooly, we're feeling our truth. We're living our truth.
You gotta live your
our truth.
You do have to live.
Who are you to tell me that my truth is wrong?
You do. It's true. It's true that you have to live your truth.
Now I'm just thinking about like a Zach live stream like flashback, like back to this McDonald's bag with an apple and blueberry pie.
God damn.
Yeah,
Like
and Cloud's
Woolies,
like,
a big
I
Woolies
won
in the
that rock,
background,
paper,
just going like
scissors.
this,
And Tifa's like, no, you didn't, Cloud. You never even played rock, paper, scissors for that pie.
Cloud, go forward and eat the pie for both of us.
Bring me the pie, Cloud.
All right. What's going on? There's a couple things that have happened.
Xbox is either completely fine or in the process of
we're finally here
burning
now,
down one or the other.
I mean, so we were wondering and what the speculation was going to be, because it's like, is Xbox going to just become a software only company? Are they going to echo the karma of Sega and just pull out of the hardware business? According to an internal message from Phil Spencer, he told employees that they would continue to work with hardware and that they're not pulling out of hardware. But there's going to be an announcement next week with a strategy that involves multiple kinds of devices.
So I would like either of you to stop me if there's any part in which what I say is incorrect or wild speculation. But early last week, we talked about the joke about maybe Starfield would be coming to the PS5 or whatnot. And then discussions and rumors and leaks and whatnot about maybe a large proportion of Xbox games would be coming to the PS5, and that, you know, this would represent a change in business for Microsoft and what this could have meant for the company, yada, yada, yada. And whether or not any of that is true actually seems to be beyond the point, because Phil Spencer responded and said, hey, we're going to talk about Xbox stuff, business Xbox stuff next week. And we went, okay. And what ensued is a week of absolutely insane speculation and panic sales from retailers and everybody losing their mind, and Xbox going, yeah, no, we'll talk about it next week. We'll talk about it. It's gonna be next week. And now we're at today, in which we find out that it's going to be a podcast the day after Valentine's Day, which is an incredibly strange way to talk about any real news with a console. It's not a video. It's not a picture. It's a podcast. What? And again, it's like at the end of the week. And so rampant speculation continues. Even the news that you bring up, Wooly, about Phil Spencer says internally, guys, we're not going to stop making consoles, is in this weird feeling of like the way that it hit me is him walking into a building telling people, I'm definitely not going to lay you off, and then leaving unprompted. What the fuck is going on?
The internal damage control memo. In other words,
I've been laughing about it all morning. People going like, why does it feel like Xbox is going to lay me off? Why is Phil Spencer waiting until the day after Valentine's to break up with us?
I mean, it definitely does feel that like there is. It feels as if anybody was down for a like multi-platform or a platform agnostic future, they would lead the charge on that. But that's only because you're doing so from the losing position, right?
Yeah.
I like I have been saying for years, I expected that like Game Pass would just be the only bright and shining star that could save them.
Oh man, Game Pass is like,
it seems that is not the case.
Every part of internal documentation or speak about Game Pass is like, man, we can't make this run forever. Don't make no money.
But whenever I talk to somebody that plays or uses their Xbox regularly, that's the one thing they talk about. That's the only feature I've heard.
Oh, the thing that makes them anti-money?
Yeah, is where like, you know, people I know that are like, oh yeah, Game Pass is great. Still, you know, still just renting shit out and using it that way instead of spending more on the purchases. You know, like
this is like that restaurant that I go down to
Netflix
down the street.
Games, Netflix for games.
The fake restaurant that doesn't exist that I invented for this example. The restaurant that all the food there is overpriced and it doesn't have as good of a selection. But $1 for a beer. So I go down there and just get wasted and leave. And I don't know. The owner doesn't seem very happy with the arrangement, but I just go down there for drinks. Buy any of the food? The thing they have margins on? Fuck that. Get out of my face.
There's also something especially tactical about how when we were younger, exclusivity meant this is the only place you can play this game. But
like for real.
Yeah, but now it means if Epic is paying for this, Steam cannot get it. We don't care what you do anywhere else. If PlayStation is paying for this, you cannot put it on Xbox. We don't care.
I don't want it to go to my direct competitor.
Competitor denial.
The same month.
It's not about exclusivity. It's about competitor denial, which is like wild.
FF7's big trailer, the one with all the spoilers in it, it had a very strange marker on the end which said console exclusivity, and then the date was like in May. It's like 2 months later.
Quick. Yeah.
Man.
Or like Square is like, please let us sell this shit to PC like right away.
And I mean, and again, it's coming. It's just when. How long is it going to be?
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So. We'll find out later this week, I guess, you know.
I'm excited for that podcast.
But speaking of rumors and responding to them.
Oh, before we continue, I was talking to Paige about this, and I'm like, if the phrase "we are deeply committed" appears within the first 30 seconds of that fucking podcast, that company is fucking cooked, man. Cooked.
I mean, it does suck that, like, you know, and many people have pointed this out, that Xbox is constantly on the back foot. They constantly have to explain themselves, you know?
Yeah, the thing is that, again, there's two ways to look at it, right? There's the one way, which is like, you had this coming, you fucked up, you had the lead, you dropped it for stupid reasons.
What was that dipshit's name? Don Matrick?
Don Matrick.
Holy fuck.
You know,
terrible.
You dropped the ball, and again, the Sega bit coming back from a way when. You know, and this is reaping what you're sowing. But the other way to look at this too is a world where Sony's the only console that is. I mean, Nintendo's doing its own thing, obviously.
Oh, I don't want that either.
But that's the competition's good. Oh. Competition is good.
I'm sure PlayStation Sam would have a great time with that, but I'm not here for it.
PlayStation Sam is loving a world where everybody is governed by PlayStation.
Because then Sony will be back on their fucking bullshit.
And then we can experience every product to the maximum, to its maximum potential using the power of the PlayStation. I don't know if you remember, but that's the way he described it when games that were already out elsewhere came to PlayStation later. He's like, yeah, but it wasn't worth playing before. Now that it's available on the PlayStation, it can use the maximum potential of the console to... Anyway.
Oh, yeah. People are pointing out Sony's already back on their bullshit with anime. Is that in here?
Right. That's right, yeah.
What's going down?
So the Crunchyroll / Sony. Sorry, Sony bought Crunchyroll, and then one of them. Fucking Sony owns Crunchyroll and killed Funimation, and now all your Funimation shit is dead. And if your forever copies of Funimation shit don't exist on Crunchyroll, then get fucked. They're dead.
Sick.
And also, we're doubling the fucking price.
So competition is good. It is good to have these things to keep each other in line to fucking, yeah.
I mean, the PS3 was more expensive than the PS5.
Yeah.
Yeah, $699 was
now,
which is crazy.
Old Snake with Snake with the gun in his mouth. It's $699 flashing on the screen. Never forget.
If you want to talk about like anime, it's like, oh man, it sucks that there's no competition for anime. Well, there's probably some other competition somewhere. Especially a very a cost-effective competition, which anime will always have to compete with. But
I mean,
that'll fix that, and we'll just go back to the old status quo.
You ever tried buying a Japanese anime Blu-ray? Yeah.
I started the process once and then went, "What the fuck am I doing?"
That's about right.
Like I started to like go to the website and start adding things to my cart, and then was like, "What the fuck am I doing?"
You have to stop and look at your mouse, like what, like actually what is happening. Oh fuck. Correct. Okay, so speaking of rumors and consoles, the rumors are coming in this case from Universo Nintendo, which is a site, a Brazilian site that previously accurately reported on some Nintendo Direct announcements beforehand and some other stuff. So they've been considered reliable with this, saying that, yeah, hey, guess what? The Switch 2 is like one of the worst kept secrets ever. And the list of details they have now are talking about how it'll have backwards compatibility, which
no shit,
for both physical and digital, and notably, you can get Switch 1 games to perform better with the added processing power of Switch 2.
So I feel like this is the kind of rumor that, like, this is a very badly kept secret. Like, you're right, Wooly. Like, we've been hearing bits and pieces from this from all sorts of places for a long time. But even if it wasn't, this is like the most obvious fucking thing in the whole world.
So,
like, it's a foregone conclusion.
It's also, we can quickly confirm, because a part of this leak was that there will be a direct next week and hardware reveal next month. So they're probably getting this information as they're getting access to trailers, footage, translation things, whatever's happening, to ramp up the announcement, as well as a Pokemon presentation. So
I feel like
that's why a lot of people think the Xbox business update podcast on Thursday is tied to probably Nintendo Direct, where they're going to announce Hi-Fi Rush for the Nintendo Switch.
That makes sense.
They did see the shirts. They did extract the Switch. They extracted the Switch shirts and the Xbox shirts and the Sony shirts as well.
It's kind of sad because I like my Switch, but I don't play it that often. And it's nice, like the big announcement of like, there could be a Switch 2 relatively soon and it would play Switch games better. My brain goes, that's great, because there's a lot of Switch games that I'd like to play at even a marginally better frame rate, because holy fucking shit, there's a bunch of shit that came out on that platform that could barely go.
My Switch has started vibrating and buzzing while running normally. It just makes a hum like a loud hard drive, and you hear it spinning quite a bit. It's weirdly, and then it turns off.
It's gonna blow up in your hands, and that's gonna be cool.
It might. It's weird. It's like louder than any other computer or device in my like. It kind of sounds like a Dreamcast used to.
You know what I feel like is like a really good example of my personal view of the Switch right now. It's at my house instead of in my office.
I see. Yeah, there you go.
It's not hooked up to any of this shit next to me for capture.
Nope, none necessary. Is that the fan freaking the fuck out? Yeah, it could be. You gotta clean it out. Okay, I've just kept it docked for the last fucking 3 years. So.
Oh, I haven't turned my Switch on since I stopped playing Hyrule Calamity. What the fuck is
Bayonetta 3?
Calamity?
No,
Bayonetta 3. You finished Bayonetta 3?
No, I did, but I mean, there's a Zelda game that came out that everybody.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
My brain wanted to say Tears of the Calamity, but that's wrong.
Bayonetta 3 running well. I can't wait.
That'd be nice. I mean, shit. I was playing Tears of the Kingdom, and then I tried to emulate Tears of the Kingdom, and I suck shit at emulation now, and I got frustrated. I'm like, I'll come back to this when the fucking Switch 2 comes out.
Yeah.
I'd take a fucking smoother running. It got everything. Metroid Dread.
Everything. Metroid Dread. Yeah.
I think like they should, if they announce a Switch 2 in the near future, they should show the Musou game Age of Calamity as like the poster child for like, look, it's running like a regular video game.
Or the Samurai Showdown trailer, right? Like, those were the two fucking most criminal ones. Yeah, I mean, even if the announcement was, if it was as simple as like, oh, it will now run the way it would used to run docked, but undocked, or whatever.
And docked, it'll run a little better even.
Yes.
Oh.
I do know that the new one does have the Ethernet thing, so like that is pre-solved. Anyway, so that's the rumor going down. And yeah, a couple other small things, but let's just get through them. How about fucking Ed? Huh? Ed?
You mean Yamazaki Light?
Sha! Mashiba with the fucking flicker going. Street Fighter 6 Ed trailer has dropped, and man, he looks so fucking cool.
He looks great.
He looks so good. I'm really happy. Going back over and kind of doing the frame by frame on it to break down what's happening. It's real. I'm so happy that they kind of are like, okay, we're before we introduced the character, and it was just a bit of a going wild. It's almost like they weren't too sure what to play up with his character between the whole Shadaloo thing and Boxer thing. You know, the young commander. What are we going for?
No, do the boxing thing.
And now they're like, no, this is Balrog's son. This is Balrog's son, and this is a fucking boxer, and they've committed.
Maybe got a little bit of magic, but that's mainly boxing.
But the magic is used to amplify the boxing. That's what it is, right? So exactly. So we go with like the kicks are now completely replaced. No kicking to be done. It's all footwork and flickers, you know. And he's got the 3 different flickers, Yamazaki style. The whole bit with him gameplay wise is he used to play like a modern character in Street Fighter V. So now they've made it so that modern still works the way it would have, but as a classic character, he gets a Hadouken motion for most of his moves, you know. And
I'm really glad because I actually fucking hated how Ed controlled in Street Fighter V. I couldn't stand it.
I didn't mind it. I got used to it. It did allow you to do moves faster, so he couldn't be as good initially, but then they buffed him a lot later. But like
I'm frustrated he's not a charge character.
Well, so by the fact that a character has instant access to their moves means that like it can be too strong if they're as good as moves that require time to charge or you know, to react to. So that's
he looks way better than he did in SF5. Holy shit.
Yeah. The classic costume looks fantastic as well. It looks like he's sickly. It looks like he's probably dying of, you know, like again, like psycho cancer or whatever's happening.
Sure.
Something's kicking in, you know. But the whole bit with him just kind of fully embracing the boxer style. And so now all of his movements are like footwork, sliding in, doing shit that I personally am just massively baited towards. You know, he's got the kill shot break and kill shot chaser moves that, and again, like, anytime someone does a bob or a weave, I'm all about that. And they kind of took all the old moves as well and gave him the proper glow up. So now he's got his super level 1 is like the flicker combo that he does. It's kind of just like he jumps into the screen a little bit like Kimberly, you know, like breaking the line of combat and then jumping back out. His level 2 is the orb. You're on borrowed time. Tosses it out, and then you get all those mix-ups. But his fucking level 3 is so nuts, dude. Like, hits you, uses the snatch ropes to turn you into a punching bag, and then just works you like an Everlast. It's so fucking nuts. And then the win poses, he just drops a psycho nuke behind him, you know, and has little shades of turning evil and stuff. It's like, yeah, Balrog's son, please. I love it. I'm glad that, you know, for the most part, I'm seeing a turnaround. People are excited for Ed finally with the improvements they've made. And I've seen the one thing kind of be that like Ed's existence decreases the likelihood of Dudley's existence. And it's like,
yes,
man,
it does.
Come on.
It absolutely does. He's a pure boxer now.
Sure. Yeah. But like, what the fuck is wrong with new shit? New cool shit? Why would you know, I don't.
Well, he's not new.
I don't
either.
see that. I don't see that as sorry. Like, not new. He's a returning character, but like newer generation. You know, like, and I still think there's no reason that Dudley couldn't show up if they wanted to do that. They could make anyone.
No, but he wouldn't be season 2. He'd be like season 3 or season 4.
It seems possible. Yeah, it seems possible. The bit though, I guess, is kind of like there's returning favorites, and then like, you know, who do you want to see with a little bit of time on them, you know? And of course, going counter to all this new stuff is the trailer background stage where you have Seth's lair, the fallen stage with the arm of the lair of the 4 kings all dilapidated, and you get a fucking red hat on the chair, and a body inside of a regen chamber right behind it. So I don't know what that could be. Like,
they brought fucking Bison back.
Sigma must return so that X can fight Sigma. We want Sigma again. We're doing it. Well, here he comes. Yeah. The good spiritual successor bit is not going to carry forward for everybody, but you know, I mean, we're definitely going to see by the end of this this roster, like a couple of we're going to at least 2 of those Heavenly Kings. You know
who should fucking be a DLC character for Street Fighter 6? Heihachi Mishima.
The perfect timing for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're definitely gonna grab at least 2 of those 4. But hey, I do appreciate as well the like there was Reggie was like, oh, give him the Alex treatment, give no trailer, character just dropped out of nowhere and then disrespected by sticking Akuma at the end, and it's like, no, he gets his own, it's good. When Akuma drops, it'll be time, and they know he's the last one, so there's no like they've been so far, like each of these characters has been in the 4 DLCs has been great, like the Rashid, Aki, Ed, and then like I'm sure Akuma is going to be fucking dope too.
Yeah, I haven't played Street Fighter 6 in quite a bit, but the day that Akuma drops will be the day that I go back to Street Fighter 6.
Everyone, like, they know that's the character you're going to sell back to people for sure, and there's no way Akuma is not going to be sick. It's just a question of, are they going to make it like, is he going to be like Akuma, or is he going to have all the Oni fucking crazy Kage shit? Like, is it just gonna go
I bet he'll
nuts,
be a synthesis of all those variations.
Yeah, something's dropping, and the timing would make sense for Evo as well, right? That would be the place to get everybody excited with Ed dropping now and then summer for that. Yay. It's everything I wanted for that character, and I never expected him to return at all, so
I thought he was fucking dead.
I mean, given the reaction and overall, like, again, like the mixed response, and like people didn't hate him as much as like Luke. But
there's a fun moment about that today. I don't know if you saw it.
I saw. So yeah, Alex was talking to Maximilian
on his stream,
and he's like,
really?
"Yeah, he wasn't received in a well initially as I was auditioning." And Max was like, "Yeah, I know, I remember that." And people weren't
ready for
what he represents. And Alex is like, "Yeah, I saw your streams, Max. I remember, bro. I was there." And Max is like, "What? Hold on. The Andrea the Giant .gif. Hold on, wait." The call out was great.
No, Street Fighter 5 Luke looked like shit, man. Street Fighter 6 Luke, huge improvement. But the biggest part of it is Alex Lee is so charming.
Absolutely.
That he like turned it around.
Absolutely helped with that. But the bad or mixed reaction turning into a winner, yeah, we've seen that happen now twice with this. It's not even dislike. I have seen zero discussion about Falk. Yeah. Give it a second.
Kira's character.
Make your brain reach for it. Falk.
Kira Buckland.
The Ed,
stick. She has a stick.
The Ed like female clone counterpart that had the pool cue that did pool shots.
Oh my god.
She was another character that played like a modern character.
She is
completely deleted from memory. Right?
Wow.
It's wild. And that's another new character that came out that is from that entire thing, Neo Shadowloo era, etc. And it's not Ed was like, I don't like this guy or whatever. There's no mention of Falk. She's deleted from the fucking. She's been memory hold. So
sad.
that's a fate worse than the mixed response.
Finn from Miles Morales.
I just
the bad guy from the Miles Morales game. No one gives a shit about her too.
Oof. Yeah, and as I said,
you lied to me. Sorry.
Spider-Man 2 has a what happened before like wrap up, and like it does not mention the bad guy of Miles Morales
at all. Okay.
At all.
It's
like she
Miles
wasn't even
like, I went through some
there.
challenges too, you know. And then the game just continues. I'm just like, what the fuck? Holy shit, dude.
So Miles, Prowler, and we're here. That's it. Yeah, got it. No, the as I brought up, I need to know the questions that are burning in everyone's minds, Mike. Like, what happened to Baba Mwalimu, the monkey who joined, the intelligent monkey that joined Neo Shadaloo?
Oh man, I don't.
Ed's group, Neo Shadaloo, are basically traveling the world, saving people from the remnants of Shadaloo and the things that are happening. And it consists of Ed, Falk, some weird bearded guy with a triangle like facial hair shape, and a hyper intelligent monkey in a Shadaloo uniform called Baba Mwalimu, a gorilla.
So here's the fun part, Wooly. We're now at the part of Street Fighter nonsense that, I'll be honest, you could have just made that up. I can't check it. I can't call you out on it. It might be might as well be something you just invented, or it could be completely real. I have no fucking idea.
So I saw people refer to it in a way like Neo Umbrella. Is that a similar thing of like, it's good this time, we're gonna use the name,
bro?
But it's
there's Neo
things.
Umbrella and Blue Umbrella.
Blue Umbrella.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Blue Umbrella is a good one. Neo Umbrella, I don't.
Is the bad one.
So
I think it's still bad. Yeah.
I will say this, right? Important distinction to check if you're looking. But Ed with the chain, he's got the jacket open, the young commander coat with the jacket open, and he's got a chain on his neck. It is not a Shadaloo logo around his neck. It's an owl with wings. It's not the skull with wings. It's a different thing. It's the same shape and it evokes the same energy, but it's actually a different logo.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway. That dropped. And then in a complete fucking surprise to me, Knuckles is getting a 6-episode series. Idris Elba is like, I'm doing my spinoff. If you want me to voice this character, give me my own shit. And
they really should have named that series
and Knuckles.
And Knuckles, yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Massive missed opportunity.
I mean, the great thing is that like we're gonna get a Sonic 3 movie and a Knuckles TV show.
Does that mean we're gonna get to see like Maria shot in the face?
Yeah.
I mean, you might at the very least, the implication of hedgehog to human romance might be reignited.
Fuck yeah.
Because we are getting yes, Shadow is happening for reals. But I don't I did not see a spin-off happening. But I guess it's like, hey, it's been successful and people have been enjoying them, so let's do more. And it seems from the trailer as if like Sonic is in it for perhaps like maybe the first episode or something. There's no James Marsden, but there is the like Marsden like co-pilot that he drives with or whatever. So awkward human associate for Knuckles in the same way that Sonic gets his own. So
funny white sidekick, yeah.
So I just watched Maria in Sonic X just get shot up. They gotta have the gall. They gotta have the fucking guts to put fucking Shadow in space in the tube and have a goddamn guy with a fucking machine gun just shoot this little girl. Oh man, come on, Sonic, have some balls.
I do want to see. Oh god, what was it called? Doom. The fucking tentacle villain that's specific to Shadow that floats around and tells him to do crimes.
Oh, the one that's like all sad after you beat a sage.
What the
fuck is that thing called?
Black Doom. Black Doom is floating around. Yeah, Black Doom is pick up the gun, Shadow. Rob that liquor store Shadow.
Bro,
bring me the black materia, Shadow.
Bro, I want Sonic 3 to be inexplicably R-rated. And then they put out a completely normal trailer.
Fucking hell. Okay, all right. People getting wild. When does the movie drop?
Later from now.
Where's this from? Okay, too many people are quoting. Now hit the second tower, Shadow. Where is that from? What are you guys quoting?
I think it's about 9/11.
What the? No, but like multiple people are saying it, so it must have come from somewhere.
Okay, so I don't know, but I will say that when we're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, the conversation in the fucking collective unconscious that is the chat window can go anywhere.
Terrifying. I saw one and I was like, what? And then like 4 people then said the same thing, and I'm like, okay, no, somewhere there's a deep, dank, horrible meme. Anyway, a little bit of that, and hey, public service announcement. If you ever wanted to believe in Dong Dong Forever, Dong Dong Never Die Judgment Day is now available. The updated version of the game with new moves, new shit. I think it was fan updated. I don't think it was official. But
I still can't believe it.
But there is a new Dong Dong Never Die called Judgment Day that you can go
amazing.
Look up. Truly forever. Yeah, okay. Did you read Kojima talking about Physint and
I did not.
How that came to be?
Did.
So
what do you got?
So he basically he did an interview. He sat down, I believe, with GameSpot and was discussing how making the new IP. So he wanted to challenge himself. He said he made Death Stranding to create a new franchise, and making a second part to that will allow that to be a series that can become its own thing. He had more ideas, so he wanted to make OD, and I think like it seems clear that that's the remnant of PT unfulfilled. That makes sense. And so, but yeah, that was 8 years. And so, like, from...
Correction, this is not GameSpot. This is on his YouTube channel, HideoTube.
Excuse me. Thank you. My mistake.
HideoTube
web series. Yes. And so...
Isn't this guy fucking doing enough shit?
Yes!
Like, no.
There's also a documentary coming out about him, the mind of Kojima or so. Like,
we all do media and podcasts and videos and shit like that, and it's like, how do you like make a video game and a movie video game and then an OD video game with Jordan Peele and then a podcast and then a YouTube channel?
I was half an hour late today because I had to clean the dog's feet because he got into the mud.
Yeah.
Like, how does he have time to fucking...
The answer is that you spread yourself so thin that eventually you just drive around on a golf cart into the studio, pick up Darth Maul and Darth Talon and go, they're friends, and then drive away. And that was your job for the day. Just, continue to guide the hand over the universe you've created in a fucking golf cart. Making everyone productive stop and have to fucking stand at attention. Yeah, so he was describing how during the pandemic he got sick, and he said, I turned 60 last year, I'm going to turn 70 in 10 years, I hope to never retire. And when he got so sick that like he even had to undergo like hospitalization and stuff, he kind of thought that he should change his priorities a bit. And so from everyone asking him to like make something like a Metal Gear or to do what he's known for again, he wanted to do other ideas, but it seems like he decided to think back on that particular route, and he wanted to make something that is the culmination of all his work. So Physint is the type of game that is like basically everything that he's been building towards, and he wants it to be so movie-like that if your mom walks in and sees you playing the game, she'll think you're watching a movie.
I mean,
and so
that already happens now.
Yeah, but the camera clues you in unless you're in a cutscene in a lot of cases.
Like Kojima and movies is so fucking intense. This man is lying on what he believes to maybe be his fucking deathbed, and he bolts out of sickness going, Metal Gear wasn't enough like a movie.
So when I talk about it the way we did last week, and then everyone's like, no, you got it wrong. Well, he loves video games. You don't understand. It's like, no. He does, but he cannot let go. He cannot let go the specter of Hollywood in everything. He needs it to be more movie-like no matter what. He loves video games, and he will push it. But he will always, always, always need as much Hollywood in his shit as possible. And like the goal is yeah, I want your mom to mistake what you're doing for watching a movie. It's so he won't let it go. Here's
the thing that I don't get, and I'm sure I'm seeing people in the chat say it. I'm sure you guys believe it as well. Like Death Stranding is like already there.
I mean, like, I think the first movie he made was Metal Gear Solid 4.
Mm-hmm.
It still holds the record for the longest cutscene of all time.
Of all games, yeah.
Yeah, of all games, still the longest cutscene of all time in the Guinness Book of World Records.
How long was it?
91 minutes or something.
Okay.
Is that where Mama tells you the bullshit?
London,
it's
the Europe section.
I think it's either the ending or Revolver going with the finger guns.
Oh, so. Okay.
I think it's actually the ending though.
So, man, it is. Yeah, 90 minutes is a film. Multiple. You're watching multiple films as you play that game.
Yeah,
fucking nuts.
I mean, that's just one sequence in MGS4.
But his words from his mouth, from the horse's mouth specifically, say the culmination of all his work is the movie that is also like the video game. We're right back here. We never left. We never went anywhere.
You know what that sounds like to me? Like more than anything, he wants to make a game that has no interface.
That concept has been explored in a lot of different cases. You know, the interface that is implied with your Isaac's backpack, or your Shadow the Colossus holding the sword.
Death Stranding has no UI. Really.
It sounds like a game that would have some good use of some yellow paint.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
I mean, that's the great thing about Death Stranding is like just fucking go wherever. Yeah. Deliver that shit.
I can climb it. Oh, not this one.
Fuck. God damn it. Okay. I something on that I forgot to.
Well.
But no, there's we're gonna chase this dragon forever. And then that's fine. As long as it's fun and entertaining and all that shit. But
I'm not surprised at his comments because I watched the documentary Connecting Worlds.
Oh,
I went to the Tribeca.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So I actually went to the Tribeca Film Festival last summer in New York City to watch in person this movie. And I was invited by Kojima. And after the movie, I could talk about the movie too, but after the movie, everyone started cracking up when the announcer came on and says, "And now for a special discussion with Hideo Kojima and Jeff Keighley." And
oh my god!
And this was like 3 days after Summer Game Fest, and like the entire theater just started laughing, and they're like, "He's already here."
Yeah.
Does he just keep that dude in a fucking suitcase and travel around with him? Like, what the hell?
Pokemon, just carry.
It's Astral Chain. They have the fucking bracelet, and they're just linked. He pulls them out of the portal. Go!
It's their tech attack.
Yeah.
It's their tech attack. Yeah.
Got to time it together,
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Disney and everyone, and even Jeff Keighley, keeps promoting this movie as like peer into the mind of Kojima's creative process. No, this is a Death Stranding documentary. This is
of course it is.
So
this is just making a Death
Because
Stranding.
every documentary they've ever made on any of those games has always been peer into the mind of the genius Kojumbo.
And I saw,
and it's just like, here's how he made Death Stranding, and here's how much work, here's how hard he worked at it.
Well, I saw the poster and I was like, they're not going to get access to Konami's offices or the ability to sign off on any of that shit. That's gone.
No,
you had to.
Shit, I remember the Metal Gear Solid 2 documentary, which had the part where they stand up and go, yeah, this shit has to ship Year of the Snake, so you guys aren't allowed to go home anymore. Get fucking cots to sleep under your desks, losers.
So there's a scene in this, but the interesting thing about this documentary is that it does show what work is like in Kojima Productions a little bit. And there's one scene in particular where Kojima forces the entire company into the company theater and makes them watch a movie that he wants them to watch.
Oh my God, of course. Yeah.
So it's a whole company trip. Like, you know how like it's an all employee town hall and then like, oh no, are we going to get laid off? Or, oh, is there a business update? No. Kojima Hideo wants us to watch a movie today. So that's what we're doing today.
Now, I feel like Kojima is walking around the office speaking English as if he were Bumblebee from Transformers, only speaking in movie titles exclusively.
I don't
know.
You
see the faces of all the employees like walking in, and they're like, "Oh, this shit again," you know.
If I remember correctly, too, though, that makes perfect sense because it lines right up with the Snake Eater bit where everyone on the team had to submit a bonus feature or hidden extra to that game, which is why it's jam packed full of so many little omake bits. Is because adding your own little fun bit was mandatory. Or something to that effect. I remember, like, back in the day, it was like, yeah, everyone on the team had to come up with something extra and fun to stick in it. Thank you for stalling for time, because you allowed me to remember what I was going to say earlier. I saw, after we talked about Kojima last time, Pat, with the announcement of Physint and and everything with the trailer and Death Stranding 2. I want to say there was a thread or so, someone that popped up or somewhere, they were like, every time I hear these guys talk about Kojima, I can't tell if they like him or not. Like, are they even fans or are they just shitting on it from, you know, as somebody who like is making fun of it in a David Cage-esque way?
Oh, dude,
it's both.
And it's like, no,
we're smarks.
It is admiration.
We're smart.
It is lifelong admiration for everything this dude does. The
adoration leads to complaints because we love it so much we could just shit all over it because we know all the little tiny details.
We know we're so hyper aware of his bullshit because we love what he does so much that you can see his bullshit inside of it and go, I know that. I know what you're up to. I know exactly what you were thinking there. You son of a bitch, I'm in every single time. That's why it keeps coming back up.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, man.
The documentary also does show him playing Death. Like the other day, his assistant tweeted him playing like Death Stranding 2, like he's about to play it, because like that's his session. So when there is like a workable build, then they give it to him and he will just play it and he will take copious notes and he'll be like, I don't like the way this grass looks over here, or the way this sounds over here, or the way this looks over here. So he'll just be like so yeah, talking about like pulling apart the bullshit. He'll do that to his own game. But like just every little single detail, and it's like, oh my god, dude! Like this, I can see this. Like this guy is like such a huge micromanager. You know, it's crazy.
Which is why it's even wilder to think of just like 4 massive fucking or 3 massive fucking game projects at the same time.
Exactly.
Alongside 2 film projects now. Like,
the guy seems to be the type of person who's like invigorated by the ability to put his thoughts down on paper and see it happen.
And or watch a movie.
Yeah.
Watch a movie and then immediately go back to his script and start erasing and rewriting so that I watched a movie called oh god, what the fuck was the thing? What is he called? Cliff goes Anomalisa. I watched a movie called Anomalisa, and in it there was a reference to a bullshit Hollywood reference to I think like a translation that said like a Japanese goddess of war or something. It was some bullshit. But anyway, he watched this movie, came out in like 2016 or something, super recent, and then basically went back and put the title Anomalisa inside of the Death Stranding script because hey guys, remember that movie?
No.
Did you watch it though? No. Did you write?
No.
Did you like it? Literally walks out of the theater and then pulls up the script and just starts retyping. Anyways,
I mean that's what he did when he discovered Low Roar. He was just at a vinyl shop in Iceland, and he was just like, "Oh, this band
these
is
guys
great.
seem cool. Get in.
These guys seem cool. They're just in my game now." Yeah. Rest in peace, Low Roar.
oh, did they break up?
The singer. Oh, actually, it was basically just him, but he died. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Damn.
Very, very sad. Super young. And like it sucks because like Death Stranding was like his big break, you know.
oh man.
Damn.
And like he was just like he was starting to do shows and it's like, damn, you know, and he's like our age, like just like a little younger than me. Sucks.
Yeah, because that's like you would look forward to more of that style of track for 2 as well. Like it's part of the game's identity at this point. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be great to hear more Low Roar if there was more music and just put it in there, you know. But still, you know, like imagine if he wrote music for a video game, you know.
Oh,
like
instead of just being licensed after the fact.
Yeah. Imagine the synergy if he was actually writing a game like a song for Death Stranding 2, you know. And it's like it actually matched with like Jongleur and everything, you know. It's sick. I love that Troy Baker roles are the only Troy Baker roles that no one like has an issue with. Like it's cool because Kojima uses Troy Baker in ways that no one else does.
Yeah.
I mean, to go full Joker in like this day
that
and
is
age,
not full Joker. That is the Jongleur.
To go full Jongleur in this day and age, with the character becoming what it has in pop culture and in society, to use that word, it's like, damn, like, okay, you're just doing it. You're actually making you're going full on with it. I don't think anyone else would have the balls to, you know? Especially after being like Golden Skull Man, you know, which is a completely different style of character completely.
Yeah, he was like Egyptian too. He had like a pharaoh type like vibe to it too.
Right, which again with the fucking ha and the ka and the
oh my god, with the fucking ha and the ka with
Egyptian,
you.
No, but it's the Egyptian reference, so it's got to make sense, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
You know we're gonna see some stupid Egyptian shit in the Mexico desert.
I'm waiting for a gorge.
Because did you know Egypt also has desert? It's true.
We could be in Egypt Stranding. It could be fun.
Did you know that there's a beach in Egypt?
I did know there's a beach in Egypt.
There's a Red Sea. It could look really nice. My favorite shot in the fucking Death Stranding 2 trailer is the one where you're looking at the moon and it looks like you're on the moon.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
dude.
right? No. Isn't that strange?
It's so sick. It's like only Kojima is like, look at the moon and also you're on the moon at the same time. And the moon is bigger than it's ever been before.
Well, maybe because that moon is the beach.
Never forget that feeling of like, I don't know what's happening. This makes no sense. But 5 floating figures in the distance, ominously, is the raddest shit you've ever seen in your life. That hits so hard. It hits so. I don't know what it is, but fuck, you know. And it's designing video games with like paintings in mind, right? That would be a painting. You're like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but damn, is it imposing? It's that type of thought process brought to his storytelling.
In my 2019 interview, that's pinned on my Twitter, so you can go check it out. But I actually asked Kojima. I was like, "Why do you write stories that are cryptic and hard to understand?" And he says, "It's entertainment,
fun.
That's it. I'm like, that's that." And he was like smiling. And I was like, "Yeah, that's. I can't argue with you.
The more you got to reach for it, the more fun you have.
Yeah,
that's it."
Like part of me wanted the answer to that be like,
but do you like it though? Do you like it?
Yeah.
Like I love it.
I enjoyed this journey of bullshit fucking parsing.
Part of me wishes that the answer was something like, I watched 13 Monkeys too many times. But no, the fact that it's good is a much better answer.
Okay, so consider, if you would, a world where he came out on stage and says, I've got a new game for you guys, and I've been working on it, and I know it's not Metal Gear or like, Nettle Near. It's a game about carrying packages to people and building roads to drive on. And by doing that, it's a post-apocalyptic, but I wanted to make a post-apocalyptic game where you had to deliver things to people and rebuild roads. And it was just straightforward in its announcement, straightforward in its world and everything, and there was none of the shit that we freak out about was there.
Yeah, it was like fucking SnowRunner, but Kojima.
That wouldn't be it. That would be nothing, right? That would have been a fucking snooze. We would have stopped talking about that immediately.
It would not be entertainment. It would be a press conference. It would be a press release. It would be a bullet point. It's not entertainment.
Exactly. Starring Norman Reedus. There's no funky fetus attached to his body. It's just a star. And he's, it's the celebrity game. And it's about being a delivery man. Got it. And it's like, it's everything that we that we obsess over here. That is what we keep coming back to while we're still talking about this game. And why there's a next one, That is the content.
Because the trailer was incredible, because like it was exactly like what it used to be in the early 2000s, where we're astounded, we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen next, and then but you compare that to like announcements of like and I hate to pick on Suicide Squad, but Suicide Squad, they're like, check out the Suicide Squad, and these are all the characters, and these are all the blah blah blah, and it's part of the Arkham universe, and then like that kind of presentation versus Jongleur and Baby Cyborg Samurai,
Yeah.
And at some point a package will get delivered, but I don't know if we're going to see that in the trailer at any point. We might see like road traversal and oh cool, there's new ways to get around, but like the actual main point, carrying shit and dropping it off, like, that's there too. Fucking look at this weird Thunderbirds puppet.
Hey man, I need to get more fucking underwear to Conan O'Brien in his pit.
Oh god. Yeah.
I actually never found Jeff Keighley in the game until like 2 months ago.
Wasn't he unmissable? He was like one of the first ones. Oh,
he's one of the first ones, but he's fairly missable. But then I actually started playing the director's cut, and then he's kind of on the way to like the director's cut like area. So I was like, oh, that's where he's been this whole fucking time. Okay.
I don't fully remember. He's hidden in the first map. I see. Okay. All right. He's a little
hidden. Yeah, he's a little tucked away.
Let's take some letters.
All right. If you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. We got one.
Make it brief, by the way.
Coming in from Munch. Oh, we got an Ice Spice fan out here.
What?
The letter is coming in from Munch. Dear Castle's Super Beastmen, recently, a winning GT car at the 24 Hours of Daytona big endurance race was revealed to have what can only be described as a sexy Bowsette sticker inside the driver's cockpit, as well as a sticker of Shinobu from Demon Slayer on the rear bumper.
Got it.
Since it costs a lot of money to go endurance racing and somebody had to not only pony up for this but approve the stickers, my question is what are you most excited to see people with weebish persuasions do with their money? I'm hyped for a spacecraft that's plastered with Kaiba Corp branding. Yeah, I think my hopes and dreams are with Mason Madden and his continued bringing of power levels into wrestling, because anime is and always has been wrestling, and just opening it up and acknowledging that, ripping the portal open and showing everybody how anime is wrestling and vice versa is the best. There needs to be more of that, and it needs to catch on.
I think I think my favorite thing that I'm looking forward to rich people doing with their money, if they're massive weebs, is discovering that I play a lot of Japanese games on my channel and then taking some of that money and giving it to me.
For me, I'm trying to be that person in the mainstream media who's weebish, right? So I mean, that's why like when I ran the brand accounts for the Washington Post, which thank God I don't anymore. But like I was experimenting with the whole like cringy, like jokey, like ooh jokey brand account, because I was like part of that whole like beginning wave of brand accounts that started doing that, and I often like reference like Evangelion or whatever outdated anime I might talk about. But yeah, that's definitely what I was trying to do.
Yeah. I think though it's best when it comes from unexpected sources. When
What's great what's great is that I found a Reddit where that's full of people who love flags, right? And then they saw me on CBS and they're like, what the fuck flag is this right behind me? And
No More Heroes.
And then someone was like,
Santa Destroy.
Oh, No More Heroes, Santa Destroy. All right.
Yeah. No, exactly.
The realest place that ever was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love when it comes from unexpected sources and just kind of takes over. Like, was it the Jets? I think the New York Jets pulled up to the locker room in full Akatsuki gear. Just walked in with the full.
That's fucking so stupid.
Like the
Jesus
full
Christ.
robes walked out, like just rolling through. And basically everything that Israel Adesanya does in UFC, where he's doing Rock Lee poses, he's doing tons of like anime references, and he has the fucking arrow pull, the 1, 2, 3 on his win pose, bringing all that energy when you don't expect it is fucking awesome. I love that shit.
It's tough though, as someone who's been around a lot of rich people, like I feel like a lot of these people will always be out of touch though,
Well, they're totally isolated from literally the entirety of the real experience of a human being.
Exactly. They're just living a different human experience. So that's why it's wild when like Barack Obama is like a Spider-Man fan. But that's it. That's the limit of it. He likes Spider-Man, the most popular fictional character that's ever made.
I do remember.
This reminds me of
credit.
Do you remember when Bill Gates got interviewed in like fucking 2005 about the Xbox? And they looked at him and they said, "Hey, Bill, you're making a video game thing now, right? Who's your favorite video game character?" And he just blurted out, "Master Chief." Like Halo 1 was the only game that had come out. Master Chief was just some fucking army man. And it's like, it's because that's the only character he probably knew.
Actually, I'm a big fan of Solitaire. I love Minesweeper. Minesweeper is the best character in video games, really. Yeah.
I mean, we're a long way away from like Robin Williams kicking into a fucking script about going nuts in the Arctic. And he's like, I want a fucking scene where I talk about these Neon Genesis Evangelion figures. What's that movie? 24-Hour Photo, I think.
Yeah, 24-Hour Photo.
That movie's nuts.
And then named his daughter Zelda.
Yeah.
That is yeah. Also like
she's great too. So,
but also if you do it the right way, and it's like, oh, Henry Cavill is gonna work on your thing. It's because he's fucking adores the source material.
You know what's great? Cavill recently put out a quote that like I feel it's real and it's part of the press cycle, but I believe it when he says like being the producer, the executive producer or whatever it is on the Warhammer 40K universe in Hollywood is the most privileged I have ever felt in my entire career. And it's like, you were fucking Superman.
Yeah. He believes it. That's where he's at. It's Vin Diesel playing Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just
Oh, and then of course, as someone in chat just remembered, there's the interview with Robert Pattinson, and where he just geeks out. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I tweeted it.
Yeah.
When he just geeks out over having fallen in love with Aerith and Tifa. And Zoe Kravitz. This is during the Batman press tour. Zoe Kravitz was like next to him, like questioning his adulthood or whatever, and he just
whatever, man. That's Edward Cullen, hero to all moody teenagers.
I mean, he's so deep in the FF7 trenches that when he explains Aerith, he says Aerith or Aerith, depending on the version that you played.
Yeah, okay, he's there.
Oh, dude, I wouldn't even mention. I would not have even mentioned that, dude. Like, holy shit.
Yo,
I really like Robert Pattinson. I remember seeing an interview or a description of like him being cast as Batman, and the director and the production company fucking shitting on him all day because they were like, Robert, you have to fucking work out. You're playing Batman. He's like, I don't want to work out. That's perfect.
There you go, Bruce. Bruce, perfect. Nailed it. Yeah. And then of course, shout out to Jamie Lee Curtis, who, you know, like interviewers like, oh, you're a fan of Street Fighter. Okay, Ryu or Ken? And she's like,
Cammy.
Bitch, Cammy. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, rolling through Evo. Like, get the fuck out of here with your basic bitch shit. Yeah. All right.
I have to say, Jamie Lee Curtis, like coming out of the woodwork to be like, I would like to be in One Piece, and furthermore, I would like to play the role of an incredibly old woman. Like, that's not the kind of casting you see Hollywood actors like shooting for.
Sick. All right, and let's see, we got one here. Dear Pat and Wooly, something has always bugged me about Lost Odyssey. Oh, perfect timing. Gene's here for this. I know you're a fellow enjoyer. The 1,000 Years of Dreams content is a great addition to the game, but it doesn't quite mesh with the rest of the writing.
It sure doesn't.
The stories were written by Kyoshi Shigematsu, a novelist who didn't work on games. As great as they are, I never got the sense that the Kaim I was playing felt the same as the ones that had these experiences. Are there other examples of game content or media where something comes from an industry outsider that doesn't mesh with the rest of it, but it elevates it all the same?
I can't describe something from an industry outsider, but I can think of a time where I felt this exact feeling. Playing Final Fantasy 14, there are different writers for different quest lines, and you can fucking feel it. It's really, really obvious when you get one writer or the next, because you go into like the Alchemist quest line in Heavensward or the Dark Knight quest line, and you're like, oh, this is the person who wrote Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And then you go into whoever wrote the fucking Paladin quest line, and you're like, I don't know what. I hope they fired this fucking idiot because this is terrible.
I think Katamari is a really good example of an outsider making a game, because initially you're like, okay, someone who's trying to pitch the concept of, let's say analog sticks just came into existence, you might be like, oh yeah, let's make a game that mainly focuses on this or so. But like everything else happening or that you're doing in that game is just like, it's based on the idea as games as toys, not as a normal progression based, you know what I mean? It's such a weird thing where it's like, why are these objects in where the places they are? And it's like, oh, just for the sense of scale. That's literally it. It's just a vibe. It's all about a vibe. I feel like that's a thing that makes those games stand out and are great, and I fucking love it for it. I don't know. I would say another example, but I don't know that it's not an elevator per se, but it's like in terms of the dissonance of things. Anytime a character in a game has like is supposed to be like weak or struggling, but they have like a massive body count on the amount of people they're taking, like Tomb Raider Reboot, as you're going through the game as Lara, who's like struggling and, you know, not a fighter, just an archaeologist, but you have killed 40 people like 3 hours in or so, but you're still,
I killed them.
But you're still in cutscene, meant to feel as if it's a struggle, it's a barely crawling, but you're practically styling on entire platoons of dudes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, that comes to mind.
Good question, man.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything right now. Yeah.
Cool.
I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna fucking piss my pants.
Yeah. Let's wrap that up. Gene, as always, a pleasure. Thank you so much. Anything?
Love you, buddy. Glad to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back. I'm glad to be back in the castle again for the third time.
Absolutely. Anything you want to let people know about or look forward to?
No, just follow my adventures in Dice Summit in Vegas. I will have a cool interview with someone that I've been wanting to meet for a long time. And about it. Follow me on Gene Park, twitch.tv/GenePark2.
Look forward to things that can't be talked about yet.
That's right. Yeah, look forward to my review of a game that I can't talk about yet.
Right on.
I'm sure you can guess what it is.
We're going to be, so over on the Woolly Versus, we're going to be, I'll post a schedule, but yeah, some more Half-Life, and gonna pop back in some Armored Core this week. I want to play that. I feel like getting back to it. So come check us out.